Welcome once again. Shalom, everyone. Tonight we're going to be talking about the Essenes again. We're going to get into the Dead Sea Scrolls and everything, and we have our special guest Onieh with us. So this is very exciting. Looking forward to what Onieh has to share. So in the live chat, we have 1 John 2:26 says, "Good evening, Shalom." Victoria says, "Good evening." Good evening, Victoria. Good to see you. Psalm 94 says, "Shalom, everyone." Shalom. We have The Dawn, A Scene Gospel of Peace has been my favorite books for years. Awesome. And also Kalamentos says shalom to all. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Yeah, so in just a moment here, I'm going to bring on Onieh. Um, I've been following. I'm not sure how many of you guys have been following what's been going on in the news. And so there's been a lot of people that are, like, a lot of excitement and a lot of people that are praying about this event. There is a thing that's called Freedom Convoy in Canada. And apparently there are close to 300, almost 400,000 trucks going to show up at the capital of Canada to protest the mandates, as well as thousands and thousands here, at least 10,000, probably a lot more coming up from the USA as well. So a lot of people are praying about that. A lot of people are giving their blessings and stuff like that. So that's something to keep in prayer for those of you who are prayer warriors and you want to put something on your list. So what's going on is it actually started like 3 or 4 days ago, and it started on the West Coast. And these trucks have been making their way slowly over to Ottawa, which is the capital of Canada in Ontario. And they are due to arrive in Ottawa in, well, it'll be on Saturday morning. So yeah, lots of excitement. I hear that there's people from all over the world. Ben Shapiro was talking about it. The Donald Trump Jr. has been talking about it. Put a video up about it, and lots of other things, international news as well. So keep that in your prayers as well. A lot of people think that what's going to be happening in Canada in the next little while may be something that would influence the world. So we'll see what happens. Something to keep in prayer. Amber says on YouTube, says, "Shalom, everyone." Shalom, Amber. Good to see you. Byron says, "Shalom, I'm in Canada right now. Wild what's going on." Yeah, and you know what? As usual, a lot of the media is being silent about it. And it's just amazing. So you have to find a lot of uh, the truth from some social media channels. Like I've heard that, was it last night? Even Facebook blocked their main page for a while, and then they put it back up again. It's like, yeah, lots of stuff going on there. I've been, you can check out on a lot of different videos on different social media platforms. Byron also says, "I'll be praying for them." Yes, yes. I think it's important. Vinny says, "Shalom, everyone." Shalom, Vinny. Shalom. So good to see you guys over there on YouTube. Good to see you. Okay, and welcome as well for those of you who are joining on TikTok. If you're on TikTok right now, just before I bring Onieh on, just wanted to let you know we are having a special guest over on YouTube. Actually, I have it multicasting to several different platforms. And so if you want to join with us over there on YouTube, just go over to YouTube and look up Christopher Enoch. You'll find my channel there, and you'll find that we're live right now on that channel. So yeah, just look up Christopher Enoch. I see we got more people joining on TikTok here. Unfortunately, I cannot have the guest on TikTok. It's on YouTube. So definitely make sure you join over there on YouTube. Just look up Christopher Enoch. Okay, so we are on. We're going to be continuing where we left off last time with Onieh. So as usual, those of you who are in the live chat, please give Onieh a very, very warm welcome. Welcome, Onieh. Good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me back. And I'm planning for this to be the last one about the Essenes, but we're going to wrap it up tonight.
Oh, I was just going to say this is part 3 of 500.
Well, there'll be plenty of other videos and things. I mean, well, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff in the Dead Sea Scrolls, so certainly there could be more videos on different parts, aspects of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But in terms of the overview or introduction to the Essenes, I feel like we can try to wrap it up in this final part 3. But before we get started, I did want to address something that it's a common misconception, and I think it's important to address this so that people are not confused by differing things. So, if you could, for me, if you could go to Wikipedia, we're going to look at a few articles. So, the reason I'm talking about this is because Don mentioned the Essene Gospel of Peace. So, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the Essenes in light of that comment. So, the Wikipedia article in particular that I like you get started with, it just says the Essenes. So the Wikipedia article for the Essenes.
Yep,
We're
right
not going to
here.
read everything, but so to emphasize, so basically right here, the Essenes were a mystic Jewish sect during the Second Temple period that flourished from the second century BC to the first century. So something to keep in mind here is that the Essenes are comparable to the Sadducees and Pharisees. Remember, in our recent in the past two studies we did of the Essenes in the past two videos here, we we showed how Josephus was talking about how the Jews are divided into three groups, and those three groups are the Essenes, Pharisees, and the Sadducees. So the Essenes were a group of Judaism. It was a religion of Judaism or a denomination of Judaism, just like in Christianity, you have different denominations, right? So the Essenes are a pre Christ Jewish group. They are pre-Messiah. They existed before the Messiah was born, and they didn't exist for that long after the Messiah uh, died and rose again. They were only around for a few decades after that, and then when the temple was destroyed and the Jews were again put into exile, the Essenes disappeared, and there were remnants of the Essenes in different Gnostic groups, but the original Essene group vanished, and they probably got a large number of them got converted into Christianity, the early Jewish Christianity. Because, like I've been sharing in these couple videos that we did so far, is that the 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 apostles and the Messiah's teachings strikingly agree with the Essene faith that we've seen that Josephus describes, as well as the Dead Sea Scrolls mention. And so the uh, the evidence suggests that what you might call Christianity or Messianic Judaism, that was a reformation of the Essene faith. It wasn't like a completely different thing. It was basically the continuation of the Essene movement. That's why the Essenes disappeared, because they became Christianity or early Jewish Christianity. And then, of course, over time, Christianity got diluted into lawlessness in the majority of the church. But originally, in the first century, second century AD, the church was heavily Jewish, and they had their Essene roots strongly still adhered to. So the reason I say all this is because there's some confusion about who the Essenes were due to some people in modern times saying incorrect things about the Essenes. Um, so, still on this article here, let's see here. Let's see, is there anything else I want to point out here? Okay. Um, The Essenes gained fame in modern times as a result of the discovery of an extensive group of religious documents known as the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are commonly believed to be the Essenes library. If that is in fact true, that the Dead Sea Scrolls were the library, the sacred literature, the sacred scriptures of the Essenes, that's important because it confirms them to be a Jewish group and not a Christian group. Because there are no New Testament writings in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There are no Christian documents in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There are a few fragments in Cave 7, Greek fragments that some scholars have speculated may be from books of the New Testament, but they're such short fragments and it's very ambiguous whether it is actually from the New Testament or not. And so because of that, we can't really mention those fragments as evidence that the New Testament existed in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So let's see here. Anything else on this Wikipedia article? Okay. So we have in the rules, customs, theology, and beliefs section of Wikipedia article, there's a thing near the bottom. It says, according to Joseph Lightfoot, the church father Epiphanius seems to make a distinction between two groups within the Essenes. Of those that came before his time and during it, the Ossians and the Nazareans. And it says, it says the Nazareans, they acknowledged Moses and believed that he had received laws, not this law, however, but some other. And so they were Jews who kept all the Jewish observances, but they would not offer sacrifice or eat meat. They considered it unlawful to eat meat or make sacrifices with it. They claim that these books are fictions and that none of these customs were instituted by the fathers. This was the difference between the Nazarene and the others. So, based on a few things like that in some of the church father writings, some people conclude that there was Essenes who were against eating meat and against the animal sacrifices. But the correct understanding is that the Essene group was a regular Jewish group, and then when the Essenes converted to Christianity, some of the Essenes who now were Christians then branched off into certain heretical offshoots or Gnostic groups. For example, the Ebionites, they're not so much Gnostic, but the Ebionites are an offshoot of the Essenes. And so are a bunch of different Gnostic groups. They have certain ideas in common with the Essenes, but they part ways later times. And so the reason I say all this is because the Dead Sea Scrolls show that the Essenes were a regular Jewish group. They were not some Christian group that didn't eat meat and didn't do the sacrifices. If you look in the scrolls, they're very clear that eating meat is acceptable, and that sacrifices are acceptable. On and on in the scrolls, they endorse the animal sacrifices and they endorse eating meat. In the Damascus document, for example, it tells how to make how to prepare different animals for food. And so now, can you go to the Wikipedia article for a guy named? Well, you could just actually enter in Wikipedia in the search bar, Essene Gospel of Peace. It's not going to show anything, I don't think. So, oh yeah, okay, there it does show it's moving, but it's going to redirect to this guide. So we take a look here, and so he authored the Essene Gospel of Peace, which he claimed he had translated from an ancient text he supposedly discovered in the 1920s. Scholars consider the text a forgery. Now, keep in mind that most scholars, like for Apocrypha and books of the Bible, they often say they're pseudepigrapha. But pseudepigrapha is not the same as forgery. Pseudepigrapha means that basically the scholars believe that whoever wrote it was claiming to be someone they weren't. They were basically lying about who they were. But a forgery is basically it's essentially a much more certain designation where it's just completely made up, completely faked, with no authentic traditions going back to ancient times. Because like a pseudepigrapha book, if the scholars are right that some of those books are pseudepigrapha, they could still be derived from authentic traditions of the ancient past. Whereas a forgery is just like someone just wrote a fiction book and just made everything up. Essentially, is what a forgery is. And so if you take a look, let's see here. So in the second section for the life, it says Sekeli claimed to have translated a text he discovered at the Vatican in 1923 called the Essene Gospel of Peace, which he published in 4 parts over several decades. With the 1974 edition, he also included what he said was the complete original Hebrew text from which he translated Book 1. One wonders why he didn't include that in the beginning when he first published it. But so let's see here. Now, see, it said for vegetarianism, it says he was a raw foodist and vegetarian who advocated biogenic living. His diet consisted of 75% biogenic foods such as whole grains, nuts, and seeds, and bioactive raw fruits and vegetables. He recommended a raw food diet, hydrotherapy, breathing clean air, and bathing in sunshine. Now, the reason this is important is that he was a vegetarian before he claimed to have found this book. And so scholars believe that he basically forged this book to try to endorse his own ideas that he already had. So it's a little strange that he supposedly found a book that contained his exact ideas as commands from the Messiah. It's a little suspicious that, it's a strange coincidence that the exact things he believed, and they were peculiar things. There were some really interesting, peculiar things that he believed and that were found in the Essene Gospel of Peace. So let's see here. So what it says right here that he found it in, let's see. So if I recall correctly, he claimed to have found it somewhere, but the people who would be able to corroborate if he actually found it said they had no record of it being there. So that's also a suspicious thing. But the other thing is he actually doesn't have an actual manuscript to support it. So he claims he found a manuscript, but it's completely missing. So if you look down here, when University of Lund theologian investigated his claims, both the Vatican and the National Library of Vienna denied that the original manuscripts existed. The Vatican also denied that Sekeli had ever been admitted to the Vatican archives in 1923. The third claimed manuscript source was the library at Monte Cassino, which was destroyed during World War II. So you notice a pattern here where he's saying he found manuscripts, but conveniently they are not published. No one can investigate them. Anyone who can be asked about it, who would know if they exist, says it doesn't exist. And then the third one, supposedly was at a library which was destroyed during World War II. So there's no way to corroborate his claims. Because in a normal way, if you find a document, you have the document in hand, you can show it to other scholars and say, here's the book. Do your scholarly analysis of it if you wish. Do your scientific analysis. If you want a carbon date or whatever, or paleographically dating things like that. But they can't do that because the manuscript is nowhere to be found. And so then it says, Sekeli later said that he recognized several fragments in these that were similar or identical to various passages from the Old and New Testaments, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and the Avesta, that is Zoroastrianism. And thus he relied on available English editions of these works to produce the style of language used in his translations. It says, while the claimed translations of the so-called Essene texts have drawn interest from followers of various faiths, the original manuscripts have never been located. That's a red flag. Richard Young has written, however, no one besides Sekeli has ever seen the manuscript. This and other reasons prompt scholars to conclude that the Essene Gospel of Peace is a disreputable forgery. So critics point out, this is something important as well. So when he originally published it, he first published it in English under the title, The Gospel of Peace of Jesus Christ by the disciple John. After the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the intense public interest in the Essenes, he republished an updated version and he called it the Essene Gospel of John. So originally he published the book as Gospel of Peace, and then he said, the Essenes discovery, I think these were, he's claiming that this book comes from the Essenes, so he changes the name of the book to the Essene Gospel of John. But the Essene Gospel of John and the Gospel of Peace, they got combined together, and so people refer to it as the Essene Gospel of Peace. And then also, the scrolls appearing on the title page of later editions are not the manuscripts that he claimed to translate, but a reversed image of a Dead Sea Scroll published in 1958. So all that to say is the evidence overwhelmingly suggests that it is not an authentic document. And then one other one I'd like you to go to in Wikipedia, the Gospel of the Holy 12. So the Gospel of the Holy 12, we see that okay, so notice again, this is the same kind of strange thing. So in the second section, the controversy, the Gospel of the Holy 12 presents vegetarian versions of traditional teachings and events described in the canonical New Testament. The first collected volume was issued by the Order of At-One-ment and United Templars Society, a publishing imprint which the author had established in 1881. The explanatory preface referred to an ancient source manuscript preserved in the monasteries of Tibet, which has never been produced or proven to exist. So again, it's a manuscript that doesn't That there's no evidence that it exists. No one can corroborate the story. In subsequent editions released during the early 1900s, the anonymous editors revised their claim by stating that the text was communicated by departed mystics in dreams and visions of the night. So later updates of this book changed the story to say that instead of it being preserved in a manuscript, it was communicated by dead people through dreams and visions. Basically necromancy type of stuff. Then it says, Andrew Lindsay refers to the Gospel of the Holy 12 in similar publications, stating, "Try as I may, I can find no evidence for their antiquity, and I deeply fear that they are works of fiction." Richard Allen Young has similarly stated, "It appears that Ousley created the Gospel of the Holy 12 in support of animal welfare and vegetarianism." So that is actually a good motivation. If anyone was to make a fake book, out of the belief that, animals are wrongly being abused, and they are, of course, it makes sense for someone to say, you know what, one of the best ways to try to change people is through religion and scripture. And because, people are so set on the words of Jesus, they say, in the Bible, that I'm going to make, someone might say, I'm going to make a Bible-ish book that tells people the original words of Jesus, so people can know that that animals should not be eaten, and we got to take care of them. So if someone did a forgery like this, it would be with good intention behind it, but it doesn't justify it. And like I said, manuscripts, there's no evidence for the manuscripts. So in any other case, any other book, Apocrypha, Dead Sea Scrolls, Old Testament, New Testament, we have manuscripts. And they don't go as far back as we'd like, but they go back quite a ways. And the Dead Sea Scrolls, that pushed back the date of Apocrypha and Old Testament books quite a lot, in a way that in many ways reinforced the Bible against the unbelievers, because unbelievers are saying the Bible is completely unreliable. It's been so changed that it's beyond similarity to what it was earlier. But the Dead Sea Scrolls show that, yes, there have been changes made, but it's still in a form that resembles what we have, and not teaching a radically different message. So Dead Sea Scrolls and Josephus and all the ancient references to the Essenes show that the Essenes were a Jewish group that believed in animal sacrifices as good, and that eating animals was good. Where this comes to get confused is the fact that early Essenes, especially ones who converted to Christianity, voluntarily practiced vegetarianism, not because they believed it was a requirement, but because they wanted to do that out of the desire to be more holy. Because abstaining from animal food does make you holy. And so, I wanted to emphasize that, because a lot of people say the name Essene and they associate it with the gospel of peace. But we got to understand the gospel of peace is completely antithetical and incompatible with the Essenes of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Essenes mentioned by Josephus, and the Essenes that are ultimately connected with the apostles. All those examples I was showing you of similarities in their teachings, that's with the Essene group of the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's not with the Gnostic Essenes who didn't eat meat and didn't do animal sacrifices. Now, some statements by some of the early writers, the ancient writers, like Philo, for example, make it sound like the Essenes did not do animal sacrifices. But Josephus says that they were rejected from the temple because they did their own sacrifices, and they were rejected from the temple by those in power. Let me show you the statement from Josephus. Hold on here. Okay, so can you go to sacred texts for the Josephus one? And can you copy and paste me the link, because like I told you a little bit earlier, my Google thing is not working for me. So could
Yeah,
you
sure.
just, or you could do it in the main chat actually, so people could also go onto it as well.
So you mean the link for this page here?
The sacred text one, yeah. As long as like any link from the sacred text works, because it's just Google that's giving me the problem.
Okay. So I'll paste it in the public chat.
I did want to say, biblical verse traditional said, isn't there actual evidence that supports that the son of Mary and his followers are vegetarian? And there is evidence that the apostles, many of them were vegetarian, but by choice, not by obligation. But the Messiah, as we know from the Gospels, did eat meat. He ate fish, and he also advocated for eating the Passover. When he sat down with the apostles, he ate Passover with them. And he, not only that, but he told the lepers when they were healed by him, he told them to go to the temple and make animal sacrifices in the temple. And animal sacrifices are eaten by priests. So he basically told the lepers to cause other people to eat animals. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So book 18 is actually the one I wanted. Thank you. So, and so we are at section 5. And so notice what it says. The doctrine of the Essenes is this, that all things are best described to God. They teach the immortality of the souls and esteem the words of righteousness are to be earnestly striven for. And when they send what they have dedicated to God into the temple, they do not offer sacrifices. So let's stop here for a second. So it says that they do send, when they dedicate things to God, they send it into the temple. But then it tells us they do not offer sacrifices. Then it says, 1 second here. Then it says, because, here's the reason, because they have more pure illustrations of their own. And then further, on which account they are excluded from the common court of the temple. But they offer their sacrifices themselves. So what it says is they do not offer sacrifices because they have more pure I don't know what the word lustration means. Hold on a second. Let me see what that is. Okay, it's a pure rite of purification. So because they have more pure purifications of their own, and animal sacrifices were often considered purifications in the Old Testament. So It says they do not offer sacrifices because they are excluded from the common core of the temple. You can't offer sacrifices if you're banned from the temple, right? So the Essenes banned from the temple, and then they offered sacrifices by themselves. So on the one hand, it says they do not offer sacrifices, but on the other hand, it says they do offer sacrifices themselves. Now, and so the one second here. So if you notice the apostles and the New Testament writings and the New Testament Apocrypha don't mention the early believers doing animal sacrifices. They only do grain offerings. So there are some possibilities of why that is. Some people believe it's because the animal sacrifices are no longer important anymore. They're no longer for part to be done. However, if you look in the Old Testament, the animal sacrifices are still to be done. There's prophecies that they will return in righteousness in future times when the kingdom of God is set up on earth. And so also the Essenes, like we said, they didn't do the animal sacrifices because they were banned from the temple. They did their own sacrifices, but because they followed the Torah, they couldn't do animal sacrifices in their area. So they could only do offerings. But they couldn't do animal sacrifices unless they had a tabernacle. And they didn't have a tabernacle according to the book of Exodus, right? Book of Exodus tells us the tabernacle rules. If you do an animal sacrifice, you have to have a tabernacle. But the Essenes did not have that tabernacle, as far as we know. So they were not able to do the sacrifices. So when it says they offer their sacrifices themselves, it probably is a mistranslation, and it should say the offerings themselves, because offer and sacrifice are similar words, and they can be confused in translations. And so I believe the Christian New Testament concept of no more sacrificing comes from the fact that the Essenes didn't do sacrifices. But why didn't they do sacrifices? They didn't do sacrifices because they were banned from the temple. And Josephus wrote about this after the Messiah already died. So the Essenes were banned from the temple after the Messiah died. They were not banned from the temple before the Messiah died. So because of that, the Essenes used to do sacrifices in the temple. But then after they started converting to following the Messiah, they started getting banned from the temple. And they could no longer do the sacrifices. We do have a few instances of sacrifices done in Acts, with Paul tries to do a sacrifice for the Nazarite thing. But overall, the Essenes just did not do the sacrifices anymore in the temple. Another thing, interestingly enough, is the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. So in the Testaments, it talks about a prophecy of the there's prophecies of the Messiah, and there's one prophecy in particular that says it's in the Testament of Levi, and it says, "You shall deal lawlessly together with Israel, so he shall not bear with Jerusalem because of your wickedness, but the veil of the temple shall be rent so as not to cover your shame." And you should be scattered as captives among the Gentiles, and shall be a reproach and for a curse there. So it talks about the veil being torn, but why is it torn? a lot of people say the veil was torn to show that we don't need animal sacrifices anymore, and now the Messiah's atonement is the way. But the veil was torn, it says in the Testaments, so as to not to cover your shame. And what that means, your shame is referring to the Levites, the Levitical priests, because the Testament of Levi is addressed to the Levitical priests. And so their shame was the fact of all their wickedness, all their sins. In the Testament of Levi, it talks about how each jubilee of priesthood would get worse and worse in their sins, and that by the time of the first century, it doesn't say the word first century, but by that time, things would be so bad in the priesthood that the priesthood the high priesthood would be effectively illegitimate, which we know it was in the New Testament times, because they were giving it instead of by the way the law says, by the line of Aaron, they were giving it, the high priesthood, to people through favor and preference, even people who were not the proper line of Levi, of Aaron. So the high priesthood basically became corrupt and illegitimate by the time of the Messiah. And then when the temple and then when the Messiah died, the veil was torn. And because the veil was torn, it no longer covered their shame, their sinfulness. And that was basically a warning to them that their temple was now rejected because of their sins. Their animal sacrifices are now rejected because of their sins. Their priesthood rejected because of their sins. There's a lot of prophecies in the Old Testament about their sacrifices and priesthoods not being accepted by him because of their wickedness. Your Sabbaths are an abomination to me, he says in certain places, because they perverted it with their wickedness. And so so that was why the veil was torn, not to say, okay, you don't need to do animal sacrifices anymore. Instead, you're not righteous enough to do animal sacrifices. Stop doing these sacrifices. You are not holy. And according to the book of Ezekiel, only the sons of Zadok, which is the sons of righteousness. The word Zadok means righteous. So only the priests who are sons of righteousness, or who are righteous priests, can be priests. And so the priesthood became corrupt, they became defiled, because they killed the Messiah. They had blood on their hands. And when you have blood on your hands, the whole thing's defiled. So their temple, their priesthood, their sacrifices became completely defiled. So that's why the Essenes stopped doing sacrifices in the temple, because it was all defiled. And so then it became that the early believers also followed the way the Essenes did, and they didn't do animal sacrifices. But later on, it started being claimed by later Christians, well, the reason they didn't do animal sacrifices was because it was no longer needed anymore. No, it's because they weren't holy enough to do the priesthood. And the law requires holiness to do the sacrifices. It says the priest shall bear the sins of the people. That's what it says in the Old Testament, in the law, in Leviticus. But how can the priest bear the sins of the people when they are themselves sinful? So now, Voice of One says the Ethiopian Gospel of the Holy 12 also says the Son of Man, the Messiah, was vegetarian, and thou shalt not kill applies to animals. So like I mentioned a little bit before, the Gospel of the Holy 12 is not an authentic book. Also, it's not Ethiopian. It's associated with the Essenes, but it's not associated with the Ethiopians. So there must have just been a confusion there. But yeah, so I did address that. Okay, so with that said, So that's where the basic concept of the animal sacrifices not being done went. Now, some people might say, well, if animal sacrifices are still for today, does that mean the Messiah's atonement is not valid? But here's what you got to keep in mind is that if you look in the Old Testament for animal sacrifices, almost none of them have anything to do with sin. They almost always have to do with physical impurity. So, for example, childbirth. If you give a birth to a male child, a male baby, or a female baby, after 8 days, you have to do a sacrifice, a sin offering. If it's a female baby, 14 days, and you do a sacrifice, a sin offering. Well, it's not a sin to have babies, right? And yet it says do a sin offering. To end your Nazirite vow, it's a sin offering. To celebrate the festivals of Yahweh, it's a sin off. You have to do sin offerings. If you get purified from touching the dead, you have to do a sin offering. These are not sinful things. These are impure things that you need to be purified from. And the word translated as sin also elsewhere doesn't mean sin in certain places. It actually means missing the mark, or it basically means imperfect, an imperfection. You can have moral imperfection, that, in other words, sin, but you can also have physical imperfection, such as scars, cuts, damage done to your body, or just in general unhealthiness or uncleanness. But that doesn't mean sin necessarily. So the animal sacrifices were never intended to take away sins. Hebrews says they never took away sins. It's impossible for animals to take away sins. Some people believe that animals actually took away sins in the Old Testament for like a tiny little bit, and then if you sinned again, then you had to do another sacrifice. But if you go to what David says in Psalm 51, he said, sacrifice you did not require for repentance from sin. For if you had, I would have given it. I'm paraphrasing what he said, but that's basically what he said. And if you look, it talks about how sins of ignorance require sin offerings in the Torah, it says. But willful sin, there's no sacrifice allowed. Hold on, maybe I should show you guys instead of just saying it. Let's see. Okay, so can you go to Numbers chapter 15? And what we'll start with is verse 22. If you sin unintentionally and do not observe all these commandments which Yahweh has spoken to Moses, all that Yahweh has commanded you by the hand of Moses, from the day Yahweh gave commandment onward throughout your generations, then it will be, if it is unintentionally committed without the knowledge of the congregation, that the whole congregation shall offer a young bull as a burnt offering, as a sweet aroma to Yahweh, with its grain offering and its drink offering, according to the ordinance, and one kid of the goats as a sin offering. So the priest shall make atonement for the whole congregation of the children of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them, for it was unintentional. They shall bring their offering, an offering made by fire to Yahweh, and their sin offering before Yahweh for their unintended sin. It shall be forgiven the whole congregation of the children of Israel and a stranger who dwells among them, because all the people had done it unintentionally. And if a person sins unintentionally, then he shall bring a female goat in its first year as a sin offering. So the priest shall make atonement for the person who sins unintentionally. When he sins unintentionally before Yahweh, to make atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. Then it says, verse 30, but the person who does anything presumptuously, native born or a stranger, that one brings reproach on Yahweh, and he shall be cut off from among his people. Because he has despised the word of Yahweh and has broken his commandment, that person shall be completely cut off. His guilt shall be upon him. So unintentional sins can have a sin offering to purify. But presumptuous sins cannot, according to that chapter. So, let's see here. And there's different passages in the Old Testament which talk about condemning animal sacrifices, but it's not condemning animal sacrifices. It's condemning their animal sacrifices, because they were doing animal sacrifices with a wicked heart. They were doing animal sacrifices as a way to justify sin. Oh, you did a sin? Well, just do an animal sacrifice and you'll be forgiven. Oh, you did another sin? We'll do another sacrifice and you're fine. They even willfully sinned with the understanding that they could just sacrifice later and atone for it. It's kind of similar to the way Christians do it today, where, oh, I'm going to sin. I know I'm going to sin. I'm going to do it anyway, but I'll ask God for forgiveness later. I'm going to ask Jesus, sorry, the next day I'll say sorry, and then you'll do it again the next day, and you'll do that. You'll keep doing that cycle. That's not holiness. That's not repentance. And you won't be forgiven if you're doing it like that. But that's why the prophets condemned so harshly the animal sacrifices being done by them, because they were doing it with an impure heart. And in those very same passages, he also condemns their Sabbaths. So people who quote those passages and say, well, animal sacrifices were never required, well, then I guess the Sabbath's not required either, because those same passages say that the Sabbath, that he doesn't desire their Sabbaths. The passage, let's see. One sec while I just look up that verse. Okay. So if you want to go to Isaiah chapter 1, and if you could pull, yeah, there you go. Okay. So verse 10. Hear the word of Yahweh, you rulers of Sodom. Give ear to the law of our God, you people of Gomorrah. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices to me? I have had enough of burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed cattle. I do not delight in the blood of bulls or the land of lambs or goats. When you come to appear before me, who has required this from your hand to trample my courts? Bring no more futile sacrifices. Notice it does not say it doesn't say bring no more sacrifices. It says bring no more futile sacrifices. Worthless sacrifices. So you're here my page has a footnote F. So I click the footnote. It says AKA worthless. So bring no more worthless sacrifices, which means it's not saying don't bring sacrifices. It's saying don't bring sacrifices that are worthless, vain sacrifices. What are vain sacrifices? Sacrifices done cheaply in a way to just justify your sins, because that's not what their purpose is. If you look in the law, it's for unintentional sins. It's not willful sins. So don't start sinning willfully and then say, oh, it was unintentional, my bad, and bring an animal sacrifice. Yahweh knows your heart, and he knows you did it intentionally, and it's not going to be acceptable to him. And also, he doesn't forgive you for your sins. The unintentional aspect of it, it's not because you need forgiveness for your sins, it's because you are unclean, you're unholy, and you need to be sanctified again. So the sacrifice for the sin offering purifies your body from the sin. So it's not purifying your soul or your spirit. So the Messiah, his atonement purifies our spirits or souls from sin. But the animal sacrifices did not do that. They only purified the body from sins. But they don't purify your body from sins if it's willful sinning. Okay, so incense is an abomination to me. The new moons, the Sabbaths, and the calling of assemblies, I cannot endure. I cannot endure iniquity and the sacred meeting. Your new moons and your appointed feasts, your Moedim, my soul hates. They are a trouble to me. I am weary of bearing them. When you spread out your hands, notice they're praying. I will hide my eyes from you. Even though you make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. So they're not saying, it's not saying, oh yeah, don't pray anymore. Prayer is bad. It's saying, you're so wicked, your prayers are not acceptable to me. I do not accept your prayers. So that's the context. It's not saying animal sacrifices are bad. And then, let's see. There was one other passage. No, there's a couple passages. Okay, Hosea 6, verse 6. So I desire mercy and not sacrifice, and the knowledge of God more than burnt offerings. So look where it says mercy, it has a footnote. It says faithfulness, or it could be mean faithfulness or loyalty. So basically righteousness. I desire righteousness and not sacrifice. So stop sinning. He's not itching for sacrifices. He's wanting you to be righteous. If you do sin unintentionally, then sacrifices have that purpose. But he doesn't want the sacrifices just for the sake of wanting the sacrifices. He wants you to be righteous. He wants you to be pure. So sacrifices help people who unintentionally sin be purified. But he desires people be righteous, and sacrifices don't do that. So he doesn't desire a sacrifice for that purpose. And it says the knowledge of God more than burnt offerings. So burnt offerings are important, but they're not as important as the knowledge of God. So it's not opposing sacrifices. It's giving you the proper priority you should have. Your priority should be righteousness. Sacrifices is secondary to righteousness. And let's see. There's the one other verse to tell you guys. Okay. Amos 5, chapter 5, verse. Oh, let's start with verse 21. I despise your feast days, or your Moedim, and I do not savor your sacred assemblies. Though you offer me burnt offerings and your grain offerings, I will not accept. Now, why is he not accepting it? Because of their wickedness, if you go to the context. So, nor will I regard your fattened peace offerings. Take away from me the noise of your songs, for I will not hear the melody of your stringed instruments. But let justice run down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. So is he saying, yeah, it's actually wrong to sing songs, and it's wrong to worship God and worship Yahweh. I mean, and like and it's wrong to have to obey the holy times and keep the festivals. And no, he's not saying that. He's saying those things are unacceptable to him if you are unrighteous. If you are doing wickedness, sinfulness, he finds your praise of him uh, abominable. It's unworthy. It's like it's hypocritical. Like you're singing your heart out. Oh, I love you, God. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then meanwhile, you're doing all kinds of wicked stuff behind closed doors. So God knows all. So God sees that, and so He's not gonna. He doesn't value worthless praise. He doesn't value motion, going through the motions. So if you're like praising Him as if you were following Him, but then you're not following Him, then He sees that it's not authentic. You're just being fake with Him. So he doesn't accept fakeness. So that's why He doesn't want their assemblies and their offerings and sacrifices. He won't accept them or regard them because they come from polluted hearts. But once they are just, practice justice, and they are righteous, then they will be accepted again. And notice it doesn't say just let them do one good thing and then they'll be forgiven, they'll be repented. It says, let justice run down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. So this is going to be flowing. It's not just a one-time thing where you're like, oh yeah, I did a good, I was righteous for one day. I'm forgiven now. No, it's flowing from you. It's consistent and it doesn't stop. It just keeps coming and coming and coming. Righteousness, righteousness, righteousness. So, um, in order to be accepted by Him and to accept your worship, which includes sacrifices. Sacrifices is part of worship, and so is singing songs and playing music to Him. To accept that worship, you have to purify yourselves and be righteous consistently and continuously. So, verse 25 is the key verse that people will quote to try to suggest that the sacrifices were never authentic. And that is, did you offer me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel? Um, so, so basically, so let's look at the Hebrew there for a second. Amos 5, 25. So it's translated as a question, right? But it doesn't necessarily have to be translated as a question. So there's other ways that it could be potentially be translated to me. It could be translated as um, let's see. Hold on one second. Actually, it might need to be translated as a question. 1 second here. Um, So, uh, so the passage, that is one of the more difficult verses, right? But there's different possibilities here for this verse, and I think if you look in when they came out of Egypt, they did not do sacrifices right away. So when the Exodus happened, right, they didn't need to do sacrifices. So they were actually saved from Egypt without sacrifices. So it wasn't the sacrifices that saved them from Egypt, the bondage of Egypt. They were entitled to leave Egypt regardless of if they did sacrifices or not. And then during the 40 years wandering in the wilderness, um, they they probably did. Scripture does say they did some sacrifices, but most of the sacrifices they probably didn't do. Now, let's take a look here for a second. In Numbers, okay, where is the passage? I know it's here. I just hold on. Whoops. Maybe this would be the way to find it. Yeah, here you go. I should be able to find it now. Okay. Can you go to Numbers chapter 33? So these are the journeys of the sons of Israel who went out of the land of Egypt by their armies under the hand of Moses and Aaron. Now Moses wrote down the starting points of their journeys at the command of Yahweh. And these are the journeys according to their starting points. So you take a look through the entire chapter. We're not going to read it all, but look, every single place they went to, from verse 3 all the way to verse 49. That covers a span of 40 years in the wilderness. Most of the book of Numbers does not give narrative for all those places. So what happened during those 40 years? Well, according to Amos, they didn't do sacrifices during those years. They basically were not keeping the law during those 40 years. They were just in sin the whole time. They were rejected. They were doing willful sin. And according to Numbers 15, like we said earlier, presumptuous sin gets you cut off. And we were told that the 40 years, all those people were not allowed in the promised land. They all died off. And then there is a passage that corroborates the fact that they were not keeping the law in the 40 years of the wilderness, and that is Joshua. Joshua. So the passage in Joshua is chapter 5 of Joshua. Starting with verse 2, at that time Yahweh said to Joshua, make flint knives for yourself, and circumcise the sons of Israel again the second time. So Joshua made flint knives for himself and circumcised the sons of Israel at the hill of the foreskins. And this is the reason why Joshua circumcised them. All the people who came out of Egypt were males, all the men of war. They had died in the wilderness on the way, after they had come out of Egypt. For all the people who came out had been circumcised, but all the people born in the wilderness on the way as they came out of Egypt had not been circumcised. For the sons of Israel walked 40 years in the wilderness. So all the people, men of war, who came out of Egypt were consumed because they did not obey the voice of Yahweh, to whom Yahweh swore that he would not show them the land which Yahweh had sworn to their fathers that he would give us, a land flowing with milk and honey. Then Joshua circumcised their sons he raised up in their place, for they were uncircumcised because they had not been circumcised in the way. So it was when they had finished circumcising all the people that they stayed in their places in the camp till they were healed. Then Yahweh said to Joshua, This day I have rolled away the reproach of Egypt from you. Therefore the name of that place is called Gilgal to this day. Okay, so they were not doing sacrifices in the wilderness because of their wickedness. Their sacrifices were not accepted in the wilderness in the same way. But then let's see, what does Amos say? The tabernacle. Okay. But yeah, so basically, they probably were doing a few sacrifices in the 40 years. Like the priests primarily were doing the sacrifices for the essential worship of the priesthood. So the Levitical priests were doing their regular sacrifices for every festival, and there were select few righteous people who were keeping the law. Like Moses would have kept the Torah. And we know Joshua and Caleb were keeping the Torah. So there was a select few. But they just were not keeping the sacrifices properly. So that's what Amos is talking about. At first I said, the passage of Amos is a difficult one. But it's not difficult because they did not do sacrifices in the wilderness because they were disobeying God. Okay, Smoking Alien 3 says, What do you make of the epistle of Barnabas saying Moses spoke in the Spirit? Meaning he spoke in parables in the law itself. So, for example, he talks about the food laws and how they weren't intended to be the way it's translated sometimes make it sound like he says they weren't intended to be taken literally. But I think better translation indicates that what he's saying is that that they interpret it merely as referring to the flesh. When Barnabas is trying to say that if you only interpret it in that narrow way, but you don't understand the spirit of that law, then you're going to fall into sin elsewhere. So, we're not to eat unclean animals, but we're also not to live like unclean animals. Haven't you ever heard, people say, "Oh, you're such a pig"? That's not a compliment. That's not a positive thing. That's an insult. That's a negative thing. So, so the whole concept is designed to also not just to make your body pure, but also your spirit pure. So it teaches lessons at the same time. That's what I would say about Barnabas. So, all right. So that was a bit of a tangent because I really wanted to address that with the gospel of peace thing. Because too many people falsely associate the Essenes name with this modern group who reject sacrifices and reject animals being eaten for food. But I will tell you right now, I am 100% convinced that when the Messiah comes back and the 1,000-year kingdom comes, we will be doing animal sacrifices, and that will be a good thing. And that they will be required again. But if you look in the Old Testament, the sacrifices was not for the entire world. It was only for Israel. The sons of Israel were required to do animal sacrifices, but not all the Gentiles. So when the Messiah comes back, who's going to do animal sacrifices? Not all the whole world. Israel only. Okay, so now we will start with some. We're going to start doing some cool prophecies of Scripture. So in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay. So the Dead Sea Scroll PDF tab that you have open, if you want, you can open it to page 118, which is also page 93. So it says, I got to go to the prior page for a second. They should not. Okay. Their goods must not be mixed with the goods of the men of deceit who have not cleansed their path to separate from injustice and walk in a perfect behavior. They should not depart from any counsel of the law in order to walk in complete stubbornness of their heart, but instead shall be ruled by the first directives which the men of the community began to be taught until the prophet comes and the messiahs of Aaron and Israel. One second here. Okay, so notice this passage talks about the prophet that's to come and the Messiah of Aaron and the Messiah of Israel. So the prophet that's to come, that's what refers to Deuteronomy chapter 18, which in the New Testament they say, "Are you the prophet?" The prophet refers to the prophet like Moses, who was prophesied to come, and then the Messiahs of Aaron and Israel. So all through the testaments of the patriarchs, you see time and time again that the Messiah would be coming from the tribe of Judah and the tribe of Levi. It's a consistent theme in the testaments of the 12 patriarchs. Almost every son of Jacob in their testament says a prophecy that the Messiah would come from both the tribe of Levi and the tribe of Judah. So Judah represents the kingdom of Israel. The tribe of Levi represents the priesthood or the line of Aaron. So the fact that the Dead Sea Scroll people here are saying the Messiah of Aaron and Israel, that is corresponding with the testaments of the 12 patriarchs. It also corresponds with the idea that the Messiah would be both a priest and a king, that there would be a priestly Messiah and a royal Messiah. So when the Messiah came in the first century, people were expecting the royal Messiah, the Messiah of Israel. And so they said, where is that? Or why haven't you, taken over Rome yet? Type of thing. And taken back the land for the people. But that is the Messiah of Israel who is to do that. But the Messiah of Aaron comes for the priesthood and to do atonement. So when the Messiah came the first time, he came to atone for the people. When he comes back, he's going to rule over Israel and be the king. So the Pharisees believe that there's two different messiahs, that there'll be the son of David and the son of Joseph, or the son of Judah and the son of Joseph. And let me just double check this. Messiah ben Joseph and Messiah ben David. So that's what the Pharisees believed. But the Essenes believed the Messiah of Aaron and the Messiah of Israel. Or in other words, the Messiah of Levi and the Messiah of Judah. And we know that they had the testaments because we found fragments of the testaments of the 12 patriarchs in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So the fact that their language is very similar supports the view. But so let's see here. Darn, I can't. All right, hold on. This is the first time I've used DuckDuckGo. I always use Google, but for some reason, Google's not working for me at the moment. So, okay. Wait a minute. What am I looking for? Oh yeah. Okay, so the Wikipedia article, Messiah ben Joseph. So, what I would say is that, see, Messiah ben Joseph implies it's from the tribe of Joseph, or from the 10 tribes. Tribe of Judah, or the Messiah, son of David, is obviously from Judah. But so you don't see the clear priestly emphasis for a future Messiah in the rabbinic writings, but you see that in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So that directly relates with the Messiah's atonement that we see in the New Testament. So now, one sec. I'm just gonna hold on 1 second. Just gonna blow my nose. Okay, sorry about that. So now, please turn to the page. Page 125. No, I'm sorry. 126, also 101. Okay, and this is the rule of all the congregation of Israel in the final days. That's in the last days. When they gather in community to walk in accordance with the regulation of the sons of Zadok, the priests, and the men of their covenant, who have turned away from the path of the nation. These are the men of his council who have kept his covenant in the midst of wickedness to atone for the earth. When they come, they shall assemble all those who come, including children and women, and they shall read into their ears all the precepts of the covenant, and shall instruct them in all their regulations, so that they do not stray in their errors. Okay, so we skip this for a little bit. Hold on a second. Okay, now go to column 2, verse 11. There's a lot of other stuff about the Essenes gatherings in the last days, but verse 11 says, or line 11, At a session of the men of renown, those summoned to the gathering of the community council when it, it God begets the Messiah with them. Now, hold on a second. Let's look at the Hebrew, because the word God there is not actually in the text. That's why there's brackets. So we take a look and we look at the actual text. So it's just short. There's not a lot of space for a big word there. So they believe it's El, Aleph Lamed, which is El or God. So the scholars have translated it that way. So when God begets the Messiah with them, the chief priest of all the congregation of Israel shall enter, and all his brothers, the sons of Aaron, the priests summoned to the assembly, and the men of renown, and they shall sit before him, each one according to his dignity. After, the Messiah of Israel shall enter, and before him shall sit the heads of the thousands of Israel, each one according to his dignity, according to his position, in their camps, according to their marches. And all the heads of the clans of the congregation with the wise men, shall sit before them, each one according to his dignity. And when they gather at the table of community, or to drink the new wine, and the table of the community is prepared, and the new wine is mixed for drinking, no one should stretch out his hand to the first fruit of the bread and of the new wine before the priest, for he is the one who blesses the first fruit of bread and of the new wine, and stretches out his hand towards the bread before them. Afterwards, the Messiah of Israel shall stretch out his hands towards the bread, and afterwards they shall bless all the congregation of the community, each one according to his dignity. And in accordance with this precept, one shall act at each meal when at least 10 men are gathered. Remember, we talked the other day about how there has to be at least 10 men for it to have a quorum. This is another example of them saying that. But so this is a striking correspondence between the New Testament, because here we have the Messiah of Israel having a holy holy meal of bread and wine with his disciples, or with his community of fellow companions of Israel. And it's administered by priests first. So that fits very well the whole concept of the Eucharist in the New Testament, where the bread and the wine are to be administered by the priests to the congregation. And they look forward to the day when the Messiah comes back and he will share in the bread and the wine with them. So that's a striking correspondence with the New Testament. And then, let's see here. So let's see our next section. Okay, please go to 518, also 493. Yeah, so it's going to have at the bottom section, Aramaic Apocalypse. Now, for those interested, this is 4Q246. That's the number of that scroll. So it starts with column 1, and so it's broken up a little bit. There's dots, which means some words are missing, but we have your vision, everything that shall come forever. Okay, mighty ones, oppression will come upon the earth. Great slaughter will be in the provinces. There's something about the king of Israel, Assyria, and Egypt. Now, he will be great over the earth. Okay, and then they will do, and all will serve. Okay, and then great will he be called, and he will be designated by his name. Next page. He will be called the Son of God, and they will call him Son of the Most High. Like the sparks that you saw, so will their kingdom be. They will rule several years over the earth and crush everything. A people will crush another people, and a province another province, until the people of God arises and makes everyone rest from the sword. His kingdom will be an eternal kingdom, and all his paths in truth. He will judge the earth in truth, and all will make peace. The sword will cease from the earth, and all the provinces will pay him homage. The great God is his strength, and he will wage war for him. He will place the peoples in his hand and cast them all away before him. His rule will be an eternal rule. So this is strikingly corresponding with the New Testament. And um, and who do we know anywhere throughout history who was called Son of the Most High? Who was called Son of the Most High? Anyone have any takers? Son of the Most High. Well, the Dead Sea Scroll that we just read said he will be called, they will call him Son of the Most High. He will be called Son of God. And the Messiah is called Son of God. And in the Gospel of Luke, he is called Son of the Most High. One second. So it translates it in the Gospel of Luke, Son of the Highest in the New King James Version. But highest is the same as Most High. Um, yeah, so this is an amazing prophecy of the Messiah as revealed in the New Testament. And then let's see what we got here. If you want, you can go to page 530. So in this section, this particular book is it's called the Commentary on Genesis. So the passages are from Genesis, supposedly. It says, it says, the scepter shall not depart from the tribe of Judah, while Israel has the dominion. There will not be cut off someone who sits on the throne of David. For the staff is the covenant of royalty, and the thousands of Israel are the standards. Until the Messiah of righteousness comes, the branch of David. For to him and to his descendants has been given the covenant of the kingship of his people for everlasting generations, which he observed. So that's a prophecy of the Messiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Page 596. It says something similar as what we read earlier. It says at the very end of column 12, it says, those who walk in them in the time of wickedness until there arises the Messiah of Aaron and Israel shall be 10 in number as a minimum, for thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. And in a place of 10, okay, no, sorry. Yeah, so that's the Messiah there. And then Okay, so can you turn it to page 602? So this is pretty amazing because this agrees with the New Testament quote and applying it to the uh, Messiah. So this is in the Damascus document, and it says, "When God visits the earth, when there comes the word which is written by the hand of the prophet Zechariah, wake up, sword, against my shepherd, and against the male who is my companion, oracle of God, strike the shepherd, and the flock may scatter, and I will turn my hand against the little ones. Those who revere him are the poor ones of the flock. Those shall these shall escape in the age of the visitation, but those that remain shall be delivered up to the sword when there comes the Messiah of Aaron and Israel." So notice it's the Messiah, singular, of Aaron and Israel. As happened in the age of the first visitation, as he said by the hand of Ezekiel, to mark with a towel the foreheads of those who sigh and groan. But those who remained were delivered up to the sword, which carried out the vengeance of the covenant. Thus will be the judgment of all those entering his covenant, who do not remain steadfast in these precepts. They shall be visited for destruction at the hand of Belial. This is the day when God will make a visitation. Um, oh yeah, so down in line 25, um, the builders of the wall have not understood all these things, nor those who daub with whitewash, because of one who follows the wind, weighs storms, and preaches lies to mankind, the one against whose congregation God's wrath has been kindled. Interestingly, the whitewash thing, like I mentioned last time, is mentioned in the New Testament. Let me find the passage. Okay, Matthew. There's two verses. Matthew 23:27. So Matthew 23:27 says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you are like whitewashed tombs, which indeed appear beautiful outwardly, but inside are full of dead one's bones and all uncleanness." And in Acts 23:3 says, "Then Paul said to him, God will strike you, whitewashed wall, for you sit to judge me according to the law, and do you command me to be struck contrary to the law?" 23 3. So we notice back at the Dead Sea Scroll thing we were reading, it says, nor those who daub, but it says, the builders of the wall have not understood all these things, nor those who daub with whitewash. Which is interesting because Paul said, God will strike you, whitewashed wall. So he's saying whitewash and wall in the same vicinity as the Dead Sea Scrolls is talking about the builders of the wall, those who daub with whitewash. Um, and then the Messiah in that same chapter, Matthew 23, where he says whitewashed tombs, if you look, it says, let's see, actually, it might not be the same chapter. Hold on. But it's in that general end section where basically he talks about them observing the signs of the sky. Let's see. Hold on. In the other gospel, let's see here. Um, basically there's a section in the Gospels where they look at the signs for the weather. Um, but I gotta find that actual verse. Okay, I guess it was quite off. It was in Matthew 16. So in Matthew 16, we see it says in the beginning, Pharisees and Sadducees came and testing him, asked that he would show them a sign from heaven. He answered and said to them, when it is evening, you say, fair weather, for the sky is red, and in the morning, foul weather today, for the sky is red and threatening. Hypocrites, you know how to discern the face of the sky, but you cannot the signs of the times. Now, there's supposed to be another gospel, I think, that says the same thing. Maybe just Gospel of Mark, maybe. No, it's a Gospel of Luke. Okay. So, Gospel of Luke, chapter 12, says 54, verse 54. Then he also said to the multitudes, when you see a cloud rising out of the west, immediately you say, a shower is coming, and so it is. And when you see the south wind blow, you say, there will be hot weather, and there is. Hypocrites, you can discern the face of the sky and of the earth, but how is it you do not discern this time? Interestingly, the whole, you see where it says, when the south wind blows, you say there will be hot weather, and there is. Did you guys know that's actually refers to the book of Enoch? I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but in the book of Enoch, it talks about this, where it says, chapter 76 of Enoch, if you want to go there for a second. This is just a little bit of a tangent, but just to kind of show how the Messiah, has a much broader emphasis on things than people realize. So it's chapter 76 of Enoch. So that would be LXX 70 and then V1. LXX V1. Okay. So it has the winds from each of the four sections, and then it tells you which direction it must come from in order for it to be hot or scorching. So the passage was in Luke, there will be hot weather, and there is, when you see the south wind blow. So if you look, let's see, where's the south one? The south wind. Okay, verse 7 of 76. After these come forth the south winds through three portals. Through the first portal of them, inclining to the east, comes forth a hot wind. And through the middle portal next to it, there come forth fragrant smells and dew and rain and prosperity and health. And through the third portal, lying to the west, come forth dew and rain, locust and desolation. So you have here the hot wind in verse 7, and that corresponds with the hot weather or the hot wind in verse 55 of Luke chapter 12. So all that to say, one second here. So all that to say, now take a look at what the Dead Sea Scroll thing said that we were just on. It said, because the builders of the wall have not understood all these things, nor those who daub with whitewash, because of one who follows the wind, weighs storms, and preaches lies to mankind, the one against whose congregation God's wrath has been kindled. So that is a strong parallel with what Messiah is saying. And also, if you go in the prior line, lines 23 or 22 to 24, you see serpents. They're being described as serpents and asps, and so the Pharisees are referred to in such a way as well. So definitely some connections there, I think. Now, you know how the New Testament talks about a new covenant, right? New covenant. Well, go to the bottom of this page, same page we're on, and okay, it says. Well, actually, let's just continue where we left off, line 26. And what Moses said to Israel, not because of your justice or for the uprightness of your heart are you going to possess these nations, but because he loved your fathers and keeps the oath. So is the judgment of the converts of Israel, who turned away from the path of the people, on account of God's love for the forefathers who testified against the people. Following God, he loves those who come after them, and because to them belongs the Father's covenant. And God hates and detests the builders of the wall, and his anger is kindled against them and against all those who follow them. And like this, judgment will be that of all who reject God's precepts and forsake them and move aside in the stubbornness of their heart. Next page, or next English page. Thus, all the men who entered the new covenant in the land of Damascus and turned and betrayed and departed from the well of living waters shall not be counted in the assembly of the people, and they shall not be inscribed in their lists. Okay, so notice new covenant, right? So that's a correspondence with the New Testament. And then it says, they shall not be inscribed in their lists from the day of the gathering in. Some translations translate this as the death of, okay? Gathering in could be translated as the death of. From the gathering in of the unique teacher until there arises the Messiah out of Aaron and Israel. And thus is the judgment of everyone who enters the congregation of the men of perfect holiness and is slack in the fulfillment of the instructions of the upright. Let's see, I'm going to skip this for a second. Go to line 12, and it says, the covenant, and ... and the pact which they established in the land of Damascus, which is the new covenant. And neither for them nor their families shall there be a part in the house of the law. And from the day of the gathering in of the unique teacher until the end of all the men of war who turned back with the man of lies, there will be about 40 years. And in this age of the wrath of God will be kindled against Israel. As he said, there shall be no king, no prince, no judge, no one who reproaches injustice. So basically, like I said, other translations translate it as, instead of the gathering in, the death. From the day of the death of the unique teacher until the end of all the men of war who turned back with the men of lies, it shall be about 40 years. So Messiah died around the year 30, and 40 years later, there was the war that destroyed the temple, right? Around 70 AD. This happened. And there was no king, no prince, no judge in the land of Israel during this time. Let's see here. Okay, and then line 32 on the next page, 606, it says, so line 32, in conformity with which the men of the unique one were judged, and they lend their ears to the voice of the teacher of righteousness, and do not reject the just regulations when they hear them. Uh, these shall exult and rejoice, and their heart shall be strong, and they shall prevail over all the sons of the world. And God will atone for them, and they shall see his salvation, for they have taken refuge in his holy name. Um, One second. Okay. So in the Gospels, it says good teacher. So good teacher is similar to righteous teacher. Um, Now, some people try to identify who the teacher of righteousness is, and some people try to say James, but the evidence to me is quite clearly that the teacher of righteousness is the Messiah himself. And um, one second here. Um, okay, so we have on. Can you turn to 1070? Okay, so this scroll is 4521. So it says, "For the heavens and the earth will listen to his anointed one," which is the translation of Messiah, "and all that is in them will not turn away from the precepts of the holy ones. Strengthen yourselves, you who are seeking the Lord in his service. Will you not in this encounter of the Lord all those who hope in their heart? For the Lord will consider the pious and call the righteous by name, and his spirit will hover upon the poor, and he will renew the faithful with his strength. For he will honor the pious upon the throne of an eternal kingdom, freeing prisoners, giving sight to the blind, straightening out the twisted. And forever shall I cling to those who hope in his mercy, and in his mercy." Okay, and then it says, "And the Lord will perform marvelous acts, such as have not existed, just as he said, for he will heal the badly wounded, and he will make the dead live, and he will proclaim good news to the poor, and enrich the hungry." Okay, so now watch this. This corresponds strikingly with the Gospel of Luke, a passage from the Gospel of Luke, which says, um, so Luke chapter 7, verses 18 to 23. And so the disciples of John reported to him concerning all these things, and John, calling two of his disciples, sent to Jesus, saying, "Are you the coming one, or do we look for another?" When the men had come to him, they said, "John the Baptist has sent us to you, saying, 'Are you the coming one, or do we look for another?'" In that very hour he cured many of infirmities, afflictions, and evil spirits, and to many blind he gave sight. Jesus answered and said to them, "Go and tell John the things you have seen and heard, that blind see, lame walk, lepers are cleansed, deaf hear, dead are raised, poor have the gospel preached to them," or the good news preached to them. "And blessed is he who is not offended because of me." So They're asking, "Are you the one who was foretold of in the prophecies?" And here we have the exact correspondence where we have sight to the blind, um, and let's see, what was it? And specifically, proclaiming good news to the poor. Why doesn't it just say proclaim good news to all, But Gospel of Luke says the poor have the gospel preached to them, or the good news preached to them, or proclaimed to them. So reading it again, the poor have the good news proclaimed to them. Compare it with the Dead Sea Scrolls. He will proclaim good news to the poor. And it says, healing the badly wounded and making the dead live, resurrecting. So this is an amazing correspondence and a supporting of the New Testament. And this only exists in the Dead Sea Scrolls amongst the Essenes. So they had extra prophecies of the Messiah that are not in our Bibles. Okay. One second. Let's see what we got here. Okay, you want to go to page 382. So this starts off line 5. I will raise up for them a prophet from among their brothers, like you, and place my words in his mouth, and he would tell them all that I command him. And it will happen that the man who does not listen to my words, which the prophet will speak in my name, I shall require a reckoning from him. So that is connected. In this book is quoting a bunch of books, a bunch of passages about the Messiah for the most part. Not exclusively, but most of it, a lot of it is messianic prophecy. So they link this to the Messiah. Then the next one is he uttered his poem and said, Oracle of Balaam, son of Beor, the oracle of the man of penetrating eye, oracle of him who listens to the words of God and knows the knowledge of the Most High, who sees the vision of Shaddai, lying down and with an open eye. I see him, but not now. I spy him, but not close up. A star has departed from Jacob, and a scepter has arisen from Israel. He shall crush the temples of Moab and cut to pieces all the sons of Shet. So, the passage from Deuteronomy, the earlier passage I just read about the prophet being raised up, that's from Deuteronomy 18. The Balaam one is from Numbers, and they're both about the Messiah, according to the Essenes as well as the New Testament writers. And yeah, so okay. Let's see here. We're gonna start getting into some Peshers soon. Oh yeah, I gotta read you guys something interesting. 1 second, guys. If you want 1106, okay, and it's fragment 9, column 1, and it says, "Is the sons of his generation, his wisdom is mentioned," and then it says, "And he will atone for all the children of his generation, and he will be sent to all the children of his people. His word is like the word of the heavens, and his teaching according to the will of God. His eternal sun will shine, and his fire will burn in all the ends of the earth. Above the darkness it will shine. Then darkness will vanish from the earth, and gloom from the dry land. They will utter many words against him, and an abundance of lies. They will fabricate fables against him, and utter every kind of disparagement against him. His generation will be evil and changed." It says, "They will be its position of deceit and of violence, and the people will go astray in his days, and they will be bewildered." That just, fits so strikingly with the Messiah of the New Testament. Um, okay, so now, so in, obviously, David wrote many Psalms, right? And the New Testament quotes many of the, uh, it quotes many of the Psalms of David, but gives a messianic spin, like my God, why have you forsaken me?" and things like that. It applies it as a messianic context, even though in the original context it has nothing to do with the Messiah. When it says, my God, why have you forsaken me?" David wrote that not because he was talking about the Messiah, he was talking about his own experience. And in every case where you see the Messiah, almost every case in the Psalms, David's not actually talking about the Messiah, he's talking about himself. And what's being happening is they're using a typology in the New Testament. They're applying typology to passages from the Old Testament and giving it a messianic spin. The Dead Sea Scroll group did the same exact thing, and they did that through a method called the Pesher method, where they basically took a bunch of documents of the Old Testament, and they basically interpreted those prophecies to refer to their time period, latter times, the end times, and they applied it to messianic interpretation. So the way the Essenes interpreted the Old Testament using their prophetic Pesher method is strikingly similar to the method used in the New Testament, where passages are taken out of context and reapplied to the Messiah. It's the same basic thing that the Essenes did. But before we get to that, the Psalms that I was just mentioning, there's extra Psalms in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And there's some amazing songs that basically are messianic. They're comparable to messianic prophecies of David, like in the Psalms. So like what I was just saying, where there's a lot of parallels in the Psalms with the Messiah's life. So similar that people apply those Psalms to the Messiah as prophetic types. The same eerily similarity between the Psalms and the Messiah's life is found in these extra Psalms found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So I'm going to show you these because it's quite amazing. So I have to get to the exact page. When I get there, we're going to read it, and it's going to be quite powerful how it lines up so well with the biblical Psalms, how they correspond with the Messiah's life. Now, it is fragmentary, in certain places. So you keep that in mind. But um, I just have to find the correct page. So it's just going to take just a little bit. Um, if I can't find it, I do have a book of the Dead Sea Scrolls that I think I might have written. I might have underlined a couple parts, so I could look it up if I can't find it. Um, this is worth the wait because it's some pretty cool correspondence. Oh, before we get to that though, in the Gospel of Luke, there's a few prayers of the Messiah where he says, "I thank thee, I thank you." So um, Luke 10:21, I thank you, Father, Lord of heaven and earth, that you have hidden these things from wise and prudent and revealed them to babes. Uh, so the I thank you, that phrase is used repeatedly in these psalms in the scrolls, and scholars actually call these psalms the Thanksgiving hymns because they often says, "I thank you, Lord." Um, okay, yeah. So here we go. We got it now. So okay, page 192. Page 192, and it's the bottom, line 5, or yeah, line 5, column 12. So it says, I give you thanks, Lord, because you have lightened my face for your covenant. This I have looked for you. Like perfect dawn, you have revealed yourself to me with perfect light. But they, your people, dot, 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 they lure them and mediators of deceit misdirect them. so that they come to ruin without perceiving it. For they carry out their deeds in folly. For I have been rejected by them, and they do not esteem me when you made yourself great through me. For they drive me from my land like a bird from its nest. All my friends and my acquaintances have been driven away from me, and rank me like a broken jug. But they are mediators of fraud and seers of deceit. They have plotted a devilish thing against me, dot, 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 to change your law, which you engraved in my heart, for flattering teachings for your people. They have denied the drink of knowledge to the thirsty, but for their thirst they have given them vinegar to drink, to consider their mistake, so that they may act like fools in their feasts, so that they will be caught in their nets. But you, O God, abhor every plan of Belial, and your counsel remains, and the plan of your heart persists endlessly. So you guys see that right there? Give them vinegar to drink for their thirst, and it says, so that they may act like fools in their feasts. So during their feasts, they're giving this person vinegar to drink, and this person is basically David, and it corresponds so much with the Messiah's experience that I'm convinced that this is a Davidic psalm, and that this is a type of the Messiah in the same way that the Psalms are. Um, let's see here. Um, I might check my book quickly because I think I did underline stuff. No, yeah, okay, here. So all right, here we go. So page 198, and line 20 is where this psalm starts, and it says, "I have been the target of slander for my rivals, cause for quarrel and argument to my neighbors, for jealousy and anger to those who have joined my covenant, for challenge and grumbling to all my fellow followers. Even those who eat my bread have raised their heel against me. They have mocked me with an unjust tongue, all those who have joined my counsel. The men of my congregation are stubborn and mutter round about. And about the mystery which you have concealed in me, they go slandering to the sons of destruction. In order to show my path, and because of their guilt, you have concealed the source of understanding and the foundation of truth." This is in the New Testament where basically the Messiah says things have been hidden from them. Okay, they plot evil in their heart. Men of Belial have opened a lying tongue, like viper's venom that spread to the extremities. Like crawlers in the dust, they shoot to grab. Serpent's poison. Again, comparing his enemies with the serpents, quite what the Messiah does in the New Testament. Okay, I am tied with ropes which cannot be untied, with chains which cannot be broken. That's kind of comparable to like when they're crucified, they often are tied with ropes. So that's an interesting similarity there. Um, okay, 1 second. I'm gonna check my book. So, let's see here. So I should have some of this underlined, unless it's been a while. Maybe I don't have it underlined in this thing. Oh man, it looks like I didn't have it underlined. Oh no. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I don't have it underlined. So it's possible there might be a few other in the Thanksgiving hymns, but I don't want to take too long looking for it. So I'm just going to quickly skim through most of this. All right, so I think we'll move on since I don't have um, specific anything specific that I can think of from these psalms elsewhere. Okay, so where I think we'll go next is the Pesher documents. And so we are going to be looking at the teacher of righteousness in the different books. So of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Let's see here. All right, so can you go to page 36? So this is the Pesher Habakkuk where it starts. So basically it goes through the first two chapters of Habakkuk and quotes each verse and then gives a messianic type interpretation for things. So it starts off and says, the law falls into abeyance. The interpretation of this is that they have rejected the law of God. Okay, simple enough. And justice does not emerge as the winner, for the evildoer accosts the upright man. Its interpretation: the evildoer is the wicked priest, and the upright man is the teacher of righteousness. So there's a priest who was persecuting the teacher of righteousness. So who would be this wicked priest? Well, the high priest that condemned the Messiah when he was being tried, and then he was executed for blasphemy. The Messiah, he faced that wicked priest, that high priest, and that one was Caiaphas, high priest Caiaphas. And so next, let's see, next page 38. The interpretation of the word concerns the traders with the man of the lie. since they do not believe in the words of the teacher of righteousness from the mouth of God, and the traitors of the new covenant, since they did not believe in the covenant of God and dishonored his holy name. Likewise, the interpretation of the word concerns the traitors in the last days. They are violators of the covenant, who will not believe when they hear all that is going to happen to the final generation, from the mouth of the priest whom God has placed within the community, to foretell the fulfillment of all the words of his servants, the prophets, by means of whom God has declared all that is going to happen to his people Israel. Habakkuk refers to the Chaldeans, but the Pesher Habakkuk reinterprets this as referring to the Kittim, or the Romans. So its interpretation concerns the Kittim, aka Romans, who are swift and powerful in battle. In the kingdom of the Romans, aka Kittim, they will take possession of many countries and will not believe in the precepts of God. Okay, and then so the interpretation of where it says they go across the earth to take possession of dwellings not theirs, it says they will advance over the plain to destroy and pillage the cities of the country. It is dreadful and terrible, his judgment and his exultation arise from him himself. Interpretation concerns the Kittim, or Romans, the fear and dread of whom are on all the peoples. All their thoughts are premeditated to do evil, and with cunning and treachery they behave towards all the nations. Okay, so it does more stuff about the Romans, and then we go down. Let's see here. Gonna skip some of this. Page 40. You will not. Are you not from of old, Yahweh, my holy God? We will not die, Yahweh. You have appointed him to judge. Rock, you have installed him to rebuke him. Your eyes are too pure to look at evil. You could not stare at calamity. The interpretation of the word: God is not to destroy his nation at the hand of the peoples, but in the hand of his chosen ones, God will place the judgment over all the peoples. And by their reproof, all the evildoers of his people will be pronounced guilty, of those who have kept his commandments in their hardship. Why do you stare, traitors, and remain silent when a wicked person consumes someone more upright than himself? Its interpretation concerns the house of Absalom and the members of their council, who kept silent when the teacher of righteousness was rebuked, and did not help him against the man of the lie, who rejected the law in the midst of their whole council. Then it talks about the sacrificing to their fish hooks, which is something the Romans, sacrificing to their nets is what the Romans did, to their standards, that is. Okay, and then page 42. God told Habakkuk to write what was going to happen to the last generation, but he did not let him know the consummation of the era. Interesting where that says people, did not know the day or hour. That's in the New Testament. It's kind of similar language. And as for what he says, so that one who reads it may run, his interpretation concerns the teacher of righteousness, to whom God has made known all the mysteries of the words of his servants, the prophets. For the vision has an appointed time, and it will have an end and not fail. Its interpretation: the final age will be extended and go beyond all that the prophets say, because the mysteries of God are wonderful. It sounds like it's saying that the last days will be much longer than it seems like people think in the Old Testament times. And indeed, the last days have been for a long time, 2,000 years since the time of the Messiah. Okay, so then its interpretation, no, I'm sorry. Though it might tarry, wait for it, it definitely has to come and will not delay. Its interpretation concerns the men of truth, those who observe the law, whose hands will not desert the service of truth when the final age is extended beyond them, because all the ages of God will come at the right time, as he established for them in the mysteries of his prudence. The righteous man will live because of their loyalty to him. Its interpretation concerns all observing the law in the house of Judah, whom God will free from the house of judgment on account of their toil and of their loyalty to the teacher of righteousness. Okay, so then there's a long passage. Then it says, its interpretation concerns the wicked priest, who was called loyal at the start of his office. However, when he ruled over Israel, his heart became proud. He deserted God and betrayed the laws for the sake of riches. He robbed and hoarded wealth from the violent men who had rebelled against God. And he seized public money, incurring additional serious sin. And he performed repulsive acts by every type of defiling impurity. Okay, and then page 44. For the human blood and the violence to the country, the city, and all who dwell in it. Its interpretation concerns the wicked priest, whom, for the wickedness against the teacher of righteousness and the members of his council, God delivered into the hands of his enemies to disgrace him with the punishment, to destroy him with bitterness of soul for having acted wickedly against his elect. One second here. Okay. Next, we have column 10. And what it says, destroying many nations and sinning against your soul. Its interpretation, it is the house of judgment, for God will give his judgment among many nations, and from there will lead him to punishment. And in their midst he will proclaim him guilty and will punish him with sulphurous fire. Woe to him who builds a city with blood and founds a town on wickedness. Does not this not stem from Yahweh of hosts, that the nations wear themselves out for fire and the peoples are exhausted for nothing? The interpretation of the word concerns the spreader of the lie, who has misdirected many, building a useless city with blood and erecting a community with deceit for his own glory, wearing out many by useless work and teaching them acts of deceit, so that their labors are for nothing, so that those who derided and insulted God's chosen will go to the punishment of fire. Woe to anyone making his companion drunk, spilling out his anger, or even making him drunk to look at their festivals. If you're wondering why the screen is not moving down, it's because okay, there it is. It's I was going to say because Christopher had said to me that he was going to walk out for a second to do something. But so we're at the bottom of page 44, where it says making his companion drunk. and spilling out his anger or even making him drunk to look at their festivals. Its interpretation concerns the wicked priests who pursued the teacher of righteousness to consume him with the heat of his anger in the place of his punishment. In festival time, during the rest of the Day of Atonement, he appeared to them to consume them and make them fall on the day of fasting, the Sabbath of their rest. So people who read this, they believe it's talking about an unknown priest who and an unknown teacher of righteousness who was persecuted on the Day of Atonement. However, Passover is a Day of Atonement. It is so I believe this, there's also fasting too, because during the 7 days of unleavened bread, you have to fast from leaven. So I think this corresponds with the New Testament, where during the time of the Passover, an atonement day, the day of fasting from unleavened bread, they were persecuted because they kept the Passover, and on the night they kept Passover, he was then arrested. So he was not able to keep the fast holy. He was put into prison during the festival. And let's see here. All right, column 12. Destruction of animals will appall you owing to the human blood and the violence of the country, the city, and all who dwell there. The interpretation of the word concerns the wicked priest to pay him reward for what he did to the poor. Because Lebanon is the council of the community and the animals are the simple folk of Judah, those who observe the law, God will sentence him to destruction exactly as he intended to destroy the poor. And as for what he says, owing to the blood of the city and the violence of the country, its interpretation. The city is Jerusalem, in which the wicked priests performed repulsive acts and defiled the sanctuary of God. The violence of the country are the cities of Judah, which he plundered of the possessions of the poor. So I believe this is referring to Caiaphas, high priest, and his persecution of Yeshua as the teacher of righteousness. Okay, so that's the Pesher Habakkuk. And let's see here. Okay. If you want, you can go to page 370. Actually, might go a little bit. Let's see. Hold on. Why don't we go to page 368? Okay, so starting off, it says, be silent before Yahweh and wait for him. Do not be annoyed with one who has success, with someone who hatches plots. So this, by the way, is what I'm reading from now is Pesher of the Psalms, specifically Psalm 37. Its interpretation concerns the man of lies who misdirected many with deceptive words. For they have chosen worthless things and did not listen to the interpreter of knowledge. This is why they will die by the sword, by hunger, and by plague. Um, okay, line 7. I will stare at his place, and he will no longer be there. His interpretation concerns all the wickedness at the end of the 40 years. For they will be completed, and upon the earth no wicked person will be found. So that refers to the 40 years after the teacher of righteousness dies, as we saw from the Damascus document earlier. And the poor shall possess the land and enjoy peace and plenty. This interpretation concerns the congregation of the poor, who will tough out the period of distress and will be rescued from all the snares of Belial. Notice the emphasis on the poor. Again, this emphasis on poor is also found in the New Testament. Blessed are the poor, for they shall inherit. No. Blessed are the poor, for they shall be rich. Okay, so its interpretation concerns the congregation of the poor, who will tough out the period of distress and will be rescued from all the snares of Belial. Afterwards, all who shall possess the land will enjoy and grow fat with everything enjoyable to the flesh. Then it says, interpretation alludes to the ruthless ones of the covenant who are in the house of Judah, who plot to destroy those who observe the law, who are in the community council, but God will not surrender them into their hands. Okay, and then it says, line 18, its interpretation concerns the wicked of Ephraim and Manasseh, who will attempt to lay hands on the priest and the members of his council in the period of testing which will come upon to them. However, God will save them from their hands after they will be delivered into the hands of ruthless nations for judgment. Okay, and then line 13 down the page, it says, its interpretation concerns, no, line 14. And for by Yahweh the steps of a man are secure. He delights in his path, even though he stumbles, he will not fall. For Yahweh supports his hand. His interpretation concerns the priest, the teacher of righteousness, whom God chose to stand. He installed him to found the congregation of his chosen ones of the truth for him, and straightened out his path in truth. Okay. Line 7 of column 4. The wicked person spies on the just person and tries to kill him. Yahweh will not relinquish him into his hand, nor let him be condemned when he is judged. Its interpretation concerns the wicked priest who spies on the just man and wants to kill him. And the law which he sent him, but God will not relinquish him, nor let him be condemned when he is judged. But God will pay him his reward, delivering him into the hands of ruthless nations so that they can carry out vengeance upon him. Okay. So you can kind of see how it's like here. How they apply it to the teacher of righteousness. And some people try to say that it's intended to be coded for someone, like a historical figure that they were writing about. But to me, they said the teacher and the wicked priests because they didn't know their names, because it didn't happen yet. They were prophesying. So it's legit prophecy, these peshers. Page 576. It says, line 5, at the period of wrath, 390 years after having delivered them up into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, he visited them and caused them to sprout from Israel and from Aaron a shoot of the planting, in order to possess his land and to become fat with the good things of his soil. And they realized their iniquity and knew that they were guilty, that they were like blind persons and like those who grope for a path over 20 years. And God appraised their deeds, because they sought him with an undivided heart, and raised up for them a teacher of righteousness, in order to direct them in the path of his heart. And he made known to the last generations what he had done for the last generation, the congregation of traitors. And these are the ones who stray from the path. A little bit lower, it says, wait, okay, I'll read it. This is the time about which it has been written. Like a stray heifer, so has Israel strayed. When the scoffer arose, who poured out over Israel waters of lies, and made them stray into a wilderness without path, causing the everlasting heights to sink down, diverging from tracks of justice, and removing the boundary with which the forefathers had marked their inheritance, so that the curses of his covenant would adhere to them, to deliver them up to the sword, carrying out the vengeance of the covenant. For they sought easy interpretations, chose illusions, scrutinized loopholes, chose the handsome neck, acquitted the guilty, and sentenced the just, violated the covenant, broke the precept, banded together against the life of the just man. Their soul abominated all those who walk in perfection. They hunted them down with the sword, and provoked the dispute of the people. And kindled was the wrath of God against their congregation, laying waste all its great number, for their deeds were unclean in front of him. So this is very much describing the Pharisees, how the Pharisees they seek easy interpretations, illusions, and they scrutinize loopholes. That's a perfect description of the Pharisees, as we see in the New Testament. Okay. And also the years are pretty close in terms of we have a general time frame for when when the teacher of righteousness was, because after Nebuchadnezzar, 390 years, and then 20 years. So you got something like 410 years after the time of Nebuchadnezzar. So that brings us close to the 1st century BC, which is when the Messiah was born. Okay. So there is the Melchizedek document. If you want, you can go there. It starts at 1232. And it says, the inheritance of Melchizedek. It says, its interpretation for the last days refers to the captives, whose teachers have been hidden and kept secret, and from the inheritance of Melchizedek. They are the inheritance of Melchizedek, who will make them return, and liberty will be proclaimed for them to free them from the debt of all their iniquities. And this will happen in the first week of the Jubilee, which follows the 9 Jubilees. The Day of Atonement is the end of the 10th Jubilee, in which atonement will be made for all the sons of light and for the men of the lot of Melchizedek, according to all their works, for it is the time for the year of favor of Melchizedek, and of his armies, the nation of the holy ones of God, and the rule of judgment, as is written about him in the songs of David, who said, Elohim will stand in the assembly of God, and in the midst of the gods he judges. And about him he said, and above it to the heights return, God will judge the peoples. And for what he said, how long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Its interpretation concerns Belial and the spirits of his law. Belial is just another word for Satan. Okay. So turning aside from the commandments of God to commit evil. But Melchizedek will carry out the vengeance of God's judgment. And on that day, he will he will free them from the hand of Belial and from the hand of all the spirits of his law. Let's see here. How beautiful, quoting Isaiah the prophet, how beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of the messenger who announces peace, the messenger of good who announces salvation, saying to Zion, your God reigns. His interpretation, the mountains are the prophets, and then it says the messenger is the anointed, or the Messiah of the Spirit, as Daniel said about him from Daniel 9, verse 25, until an anointed one, or Messiah, a prince, it is 7 weeks. And the messenger of good who announces salvation is the one about whom it is written. Melchizedek will free them from the hand of Belial. But yeah, so the striking similarity of Melchizedek compared with the Messianic figure, as well as it being highly emphasized his priesthood for atonement purposes, that corresponds very well with the book of Hebrews, the letter of to the Hebrews. Okay, and then we have different peshers. I'm just checking to see if there's any other interesting peshers to talk with you guys about. I think there is at least one more. There's a bunch of peshers to Isaiah, but it's has a lot of fragments. So So there is a Pesher of Nahum, which we might read a few from. Um, yeah, most of the Peshers are fragmentary. Hmm. What is this one? Okay, that's Hosea still. Um, all right, so Nahum Pesher is. So it's on page 362. I'm not sure if it's going to have anything good there, but let me check. Um, okay, I guess 364, which is also the amazing number of Enoch. Um, okay, so it says its interpretation. It is the city of Ephraim, those looking for easy interpretations in the final days, since they walk in treachery and lies. Um, and then it says, spoils will not be lacking, nor the noise of the whip, nor the din of colliding wheels, horses at the gallop, chariots bouncing, horsemen lunging, flashing and flickering of spears, masses of wounded ones and heaps of corpses, endless corpses, they trip over their corpses. His interpretation concerns the rule of those looking for easy interpretations, from whose assembly the sword of the Gentiles will not be lacking, nor captivity or looting, nor fire among them, nor exile for fear of the enemy. Uh, a mass of guilty corpses will fall in their days. There will be no end to the tally of their wounded. They will even trip over their bodies of flesh because of their guilty counsel. That happened with the war uh, against Rome. So much death there. Um, Line 3 of the next column. Interpretation concerns those looking for easy interpretations, whose evil deeds will be exposed to all Israel in the final time. Many will fathom their sin. They will hate them and loathe them for their reprehensible arrogance. And when the glory of Judah is revealed, the simple people of Ephraim will flee from among their assembly and desert the ones who misdirected them and will join the majority of Israel. Okay, so I think that's it for Escher's. Let me think of what else is to share. There's not too much else. We might shortly start to wrap it up here. Let's see. I'm just going to go to my list here and see if there's anything specific that I didn't cover. I did emphasize last time that there was a heavy emphasis on predestination that the Essenes taught, which is very much reminiscent of what we see in the New Testament, especially in Paul's letters, where basically everything is predestined. But so far, with all the stuff I shared with you guys today, you could see how like the Essenes were a heavily messianic group, whereas the Pharisees, they don't place nearly as much emphasis on the Messiah as the Essenes did, and as of course the early believers of the New Testament, they clearly also were heavily messianic. Um, okay, here's one thing that I just thought of now. Okay, can you go to page 96? And it says, line line 3. Okay, in order to love everything which he selects and to hate everything that he rejects, in order to keep oneself at a distance from all evil, and to become attached to all good works, in order to do truth and justice and uprightness on earth, and not to walk any more in the stubbornness of a guilty heart and of lecherous eyes, performing every evil, in order to welcome all those who freely volunteer to carry out God's decrees and to the covenant of kindness, in order to be united in the counsel of God and walk in perfection in his sight, complying with all revealed things concerning the regulated times of their stipulations, in order to love all the sons of light, each one according to his lot in God's plan, and to detest all the sons of darkness, each one in accordance with his guilt, in God's vindication. Um, okay, and then let's see here. Okay, page 98, line 16. May God separate him from for evil, and may he be cut off from the midst of all the sons of light, because of his straying from following God, on account of his idols and an obstacle of his iniquity. Page 100. The instructor should instruct and teach, line 13, and teach all the sons of light about the nature of all the sons of man, concerning all the ranks of their spirits, in accordance with their signs, concerning their deeds and their generations, and concerning the visitation of their punishments and the times of their reward. Um, Page 102. all the spirits of his lot caused the sons of light to fall. However, the God of Israel and the angel of his truth assist all the sons of light. He created the spirits of light and of darkness, and on them established every deed. On their paths, every labor. Page 138. The rule of the war, so it's the war scroll. The rule of the war, the first attack by the sons of light, will be launched against the law of the sons of darkness, against the army of Belial. And the war, it will happen when the exiled sons of light return from the desert of the nations to camp in the desert of Jerusalem. And then near the bottom, line 8 to 9, and the sons of justice shall shine to all the edges of the earth, and they shall go on shining up to the end of all periods of darkness, and in the time of God, his exalted greatness will shine for all the eternal times, for peace and blessing, glory and joy, and length of days for all the sons of light. Page 140. For this will be the day determined by him since ancient times for the war of extermination against the sons of darkness. On this, the assembly of the gods and the congregation of men shall confront each other for great destruction. The sons of light and the lot of darkness shall battle together for God's might. Later on, line 13, in the war, the sons of light will be the strongest during 3 lots in order to strike down wickedness. In 3 others, the army of Belial will gird themselves in order to force the lot of light to retreat. So you can see the pattern here is saying the sons of light that it's talking about. So interestingly, the sons of light phrase also occurs in 4Q 548 and also the sons of darkness. But yeah, so we see all these sons of light. Why did I say all that? Because the phrase sons of light occurs elsewhere in biblical texts only in the New Testament. So it occurs in Luke 16:8, 16 verse 8, and it says, "For the sons of this world are more shrewd in their generation than the sons of light." That was Luke 16 verse 8. Okay, and then John 12:36. While you have the light, believe in the light, that you may become sons of light. And finally, 1 Thessalonians 5:5. You are all sons of light and sons of the day. We are not of the night nor of darkness. So this terminology is found only in the Dead Sea Scrolls and in the New Testament. Ephesians 5:8. Ephesians 5:8. For you were once darkness, but now light in the Lord. Walk as children of light, or walk as sons of light. So that's the sons of light reference there. Okay. The way. Remember I told you guys about the way? Let's see, where does it say the way in the New Testament? I think it was an Acts, if I'm not mistaken. Acts 9:2. If he found any who were of the way. Acts 19:9. And also in another verse in that same chapter. But Acts 19:9. Some were hardened and did not believe, but spoke evil of the way before the multitude. 19:23. About that time there arose a great commotion about the way. 24:14. 24:14 of Acts. This I confess to you, that according to the way which they call a sect, so I worship the God of my fathers, believing all things which are written in the law and the prophets. Acts 24:22, same chapter. When Felix heard these things, having more accurate knowledge of the way, so that's the phrase "the way." Now let's check and see where that occurs in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Pretty sure it occurs. Um, okay, I was pretty sure I remember reading something about this, but I can't find it at the moment. Let's see. Um, 1 second. So I was pretty sure, like I said, that there was a passage in the Dead Sea Scrolls that speaks of the way, but I currently cannot find it. Um, Hold on a second. Let me just double check on my phone. Okay, 1. I'm annoyed at this one because I was pretty sure it refers to it somewhere. Let me just quickly check another thing. So I will have to skip this one, I think, because I really don't see it. But I would say try to do some research on this if you're curious to double check to make sure to confirm if what I said is true or not. Um, yeah, so I'll give up on that one. While I'm looking for this, okay, the Son of Man phrase and Son of God, those were phrases found in the Book of Enoch and in the New Testament. And the Dead Sea Scrolls has the Book of Enoch. So the Essenes accepted the Book of Enoch, and therefore they accepted the Messianic language, such as Son of Man and Son of God. Uh, this one is good. So uh, the solar calendar. There we go. So the Dead Sea Scroll writers speak of a solar calendar, 364 days. Now, I want you guys to go, or Christopher, go to Enoch, where it's chapter 74. No, wait. Chapter 75. There we go. Chapter 75. And here's what it says it says, and the leaders of the heads of the thousands, who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars, have also to do with the 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office, according to the reckoning of the year. And these render service on the 4 days which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. And owing to them, men go wrong therein. For those luminaries truly render service on the world stations, one in the first portal, one in the third portal of the heaven, one in the fourth portal, and one in the sixth portal. And the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations. And so, um, let's see here. Chapter 82. Blessed, verse 4. Blessed are all the righteous. Blessed are all the righteous. Blessed are all those who walk in the way of righteousness and sin not as the sinners, in the reckoning of all their days in which the sun traverses the heaven, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days, with the heads of thousands of the order of the stars, together with the 4 which are intercalated, which divide the 4 portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them 4 days. Owing to them, men shall be at fault, and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Yea, men shall be at fault, and not recognize them accurately. For they belong to the reckoning of the year, and are truly recorded thereon forever, one in the first portal, one in the third, one in the fourth, and one in the sixth. And the year is completed in 364 days. Um, this is actually weird. Um, it says, chapter 75, it said, they are not. Hold on a second. So I actually misunderstood this. It looks like this whole time. Um, so chapter 75, it says that the 4 intercalary days are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. I thought it was saying that we're not supposed to reckon them in the reckoning of the year. So you have the 364 days, but it's counted as 360 days. But that's what chapter 75 seems to say. But then when you go to chapter 82, it says men will be at fault because they will not reckon those 4 days in the reckoning of the year. For they belong to the reckoning of the year. So this whole time I was telling people that they are not in the reckoning. But it looks like I was misunderstanding that. The reason is because the 360 days, so there's a 360-day calendar. So if I understand correctly, though, the 4 days are not part of the months of the year. So like the first day of spring, the first day of summer, first day of fall, first day of winter, they're not part of any months of the year. So you have 12 months of the year, which is 360 days, and then you have those season days. So that works out to a calendar of 364, but with 360-day calendar of actual days for the months. And so in the New Testament, we see in the book of Revelation the solar calendar of 360 days, which is the Enoch calendar of 364 days. So that, of course, is in Revelation. It says 1,260 days. Um, all right. So here, chapter 11 of Revelation, and it says in verse 2, leave out the court which is outside the temple and do not measure it, for it has been given to the Gentiles, and they will tread the holy city underfoot 42 months. And I will give to my 2 witnesses, and they will prophesy 1,260 days. So if we take 1,260, and we divide it by 42 months, we get 30 days for each month. And 42, that works out to 3.5 years. Because 3 years is 36 months, and then another 6 months is half a year, and that makes 42 months. So okay. Then let's see here. I'm going to have you open a page. I'm going to send you the page. It's the Apostolic Constitutions, but I'm going to have you read it on a different website. So, um, actually, no. I'll just have you do it the regular website that we've been using for Apostolic Constitutions. So, so that is. Oh, and by the way, in the Gospels, the Messiah clearly eats Passover several days before the Jews keep fast Passover, uh, because they want to make sure that the Messiah is dead before the Passover happens. But in the Gospels, they already had the Passover. Messiah and his disciples had Passover already. So clearly they were keeping different calendars. So the Pharisees were keeping a different calendar than the Messiah, his apostles, and they were keeping a different calendar than the Essenes. So the conclusion is that the apostles, Messiah, and the Essenes were keeping the same solar calendar. So, so we have um, see here. All right, so can you go to section 17 of Book 5 of the Apostolic Constitutions? Yeah, Book 5, section 17. Now, it's going to look like a contradiction, but in the actual book, this is actually from a book itself, like that was published years and years ago, and that has footnotes as well as like special font for certain things. So, what they actually did in this is they put two different readings in the text together. So it starts off by saying, "It is therefore your duty, brethren, who are redeemed by the precious blood of Christ, to observe the days of the Passover exactly, with all care, after the vernal equinox, lest you be obliged to keep the memorial of the one passion twice in a year. Keep it once only in a year for him that died but once." So when you do the lunar calendar, sometimes the Passover is twice in the same solar year. Now, there's a contradiction here in this text because they put the two readings together as if they're one text, even though in the actual book that was published, you see it's a different font, and they put a footnote telling you about it. But you don't see the footnote here, so you're led to believe it's all one text, but it's not. So the first reading starts at "Do not you yourselves compute," but it goes all the way down to let's see, hold on. I think it's just that first line where it says, "Do not you yourselves compute, but keep it when your brethren of the circumcision do so. Keep it together with them, and if they err in their computation, be not you concerned." But that is not part of the original text. That is a different version. So ignore that line because it's not in the manuscripts. It's actually in a church father quote that they added. Um, and I think it's possible that See where it says, keep your nights of watching in the middle of the days of unleavened bread, all the way to do you feast. I think that also might be in the church father quote and not in the manuscript. But now where it starts, it is in the manuscript, and in the manuscript it says, "No longer be careful to keep the feast with the Jews, for we now have no communion with them, for they have been led astray in regard to the calculation itself, which they think they accomplish perfectly, that they may be led astray on every hand and be fenced off from the truth. But do you observe carefully the vernal equinox, which observing carefully until the 21st, it says of the moon, but the word for moon is also the word for month. So it should be the 21st of the month. Lest the 14th of the month shall fall on another week, and an error being committed, you should through ignorance celebrate the Passover twice in the year." Okay, so the Apostolic Constitution supports the use of a solar calendar. So they both have the solar calendar. Let's see here. So the New Testament quotes the Septuagint heavily, and in many fragments and scrolls of the Dead Sea Scrolls, it preserves Hebrew copies of Old Testament books, which often have readings corroborated by the Septuagint. So both the Essenes and the Apostles used Hebrew texts that had readings in the Septuagint. Like I said the other time, the Essenes and the Apostles accepted tons of extra books of Apocrypha as scripture and on the same level as Old Testament books, whereas the Pharisees did not. The Pharisees basically rejected all the Apocrypha. And both the Essenes and the Apostles, like I quoted earlier from the Damascus document, they had to enter the new covenant. So both the Essenes and the Apostles taught requirements to enter the new covenant. The Essenes taught baptism for the remission of sins. So did the Apostles, but the Pharisees did not have that kind of baptism. So okay, so there's the passage in Damascus document about divorce. Um, so can you go to page 582? So it says, "They are Belial's 3 nets about which Levi, son of Jacob, spoke, by which he catches Israel and makes them appear before them like 3 types of justice. The first is fornication, the second wealth, the third defilement of the temple." And it's interesting because it says that the Testament of Levi talks about it. So he who eludes one is caught in another, and he who is freed from that is caught in another. A different translation. So this says the builders of the wall who go after Zah. Zah is the preacher. But in a different translation, it says the builders of the wall who wait, what does it say? It says, hold on, let me pull up the other page where it has a different translation. Oops. Okay. Okay. Builders of the wall who walk after law. The law it is which talks. That's the other translation. So that's talking about the oral law. And we know that the Pharisees are the builders of the wall because elsewhere in the same book it referred to the builders of the wall, and we connected that with the Pharisees earlier. So yeah, so the builders of the wall who go after the oral law, the law it is which talks. So those who adhere to the oral law, they are caught twice in fornication by taking two wives in their lives, even though the principal creation is male and female, he created them. So some people say that this shows that divorce was condemned, but also it goes against polygamy. So if you go to it says, and the ones who went into the ark went in two by two into the ark. And about the prince it is written, he should not multiply wives to himself. However, David had not read the sealed book of the law which was in the ark, for it had not been opened in Israel since the day of death of Eleazar, and of Yehoshua, and Joshua, and the elders who worshipped Ashtaroth. One had hidden the public copy until Zadok's entry into office, and David's deeds were praised except for Uriah's blood, and God forgave him those. So they basically make the argument that David did a sin of ignorance when he had multiple wives. He didn't realize it was wrong, and he didn't do it out of a wicked heart. So that particular sin was overlooked by God because it was a sin of ignorance. Because he did not have access to the law, because it was sealed until later in his life he had access. Because remember, near the end of David's life, he gets them to bring the Ark of the Covenant back to Jerusalem. But in the beginning time of his reign, the ark was still kidnapped. So he couldn't read what was inside the ark. He couldn't read the law when it was kidnapped by the Philistines. But I'd like you to turn to so can you go to Deuteronomy chapter 18? All right, so it starts off by saying, we'll start with, no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong chapter. It's chapter 17 that we're looking at, Deuteronomy 17. So starts off saying, if there is found, no, let's start with verse. All right, let me just put it like this. So you see verses 2 through 7. That talks about if there's someone in your gates who serves other and worships other gods. Okay. Then verses 8 to 13 talks about having just judges. And then starting with verse 14, it talks about the king. So, verse 14, when you come to the land which the Lord, or which Yahweh your God is giving you, and possess it and dwell in it, and say, I will set a king over me like all the nations that are around me, you shall surely set a king over you, whom Yahweh your God chooses. From among your brethren you shall set as king over you. You may not set a foreigner over you who is not your brother. But he shall not multiply horses for himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt to multiply horses. For Yahweh has said to you, you shall not return that way again. Neither shall he multiply wives for himself, lest his heart turn away. Nor shall he greatly multiply silver and gold for himself. Also it shall be, when he sits on the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write for himself a copy of this law in a book from before the priests the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read it all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear Yahweh his God, and be careful to observe all the words of this law and these statutes, that his heart may not be lifted above his brethren, that he may not turn aside from the commandment, the right hand or the left, and that he may prolong days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel. Okay, so that's what Deuteronomy says. And but then when you look in the temple scroll, which is an older version of Deuteronomy, it has this to say. Let me get the section. Okay. So what we've just read, by the way, in Deuteronomy 17, it mentions the book of the law that the king is to have and read. Most people think it's talking about the law of Moses or Deuteronomy, but according to the temple scroll, it's actually talking about a book of laws specifically for the king to follow. So okay, so we start with so if you go to page 1302 of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now again, remember this is the temple scroll, which is an ancient version of Deuteronomy, which is much older and has many extra commands and lines and stuff. So, line 15 starts with the worshiping of other gods that we talked about at the beginning of the chapter 17 of Deuteronomy. It's the same exact text with some extra words here and there. Then there's some lines missing, but then the next column picks up and starts talking about judges, having righteous judges. And that goes all the way down to line 11. Same exact passage in Deuteronomy chapter 17. Same order, essentially. Then line 12. When you enter the land which I give you, and take possession of it, and live in it, and say, I shall set a king over myself, like all the peoples which surround me, then you shall set over yourself a king whom I shall choose. From among your brothers you shall set over yourself a king. You shall not set over yourself a foreign man who is not your brother. Only he shall not multiply the cavalry to himself, or make the people go back to Egypt on account of war, in order to multiply to himself the cavalry and the silver and the gold. And I told you, you shall not go back again on this path. And he shall not multiply wives to himself, lest they turn his heart away from me. He shall not multiply silver and gold, not too much. And when he sits upon the throne of his kingdom, they shall write for him this law according to the book which is before the priests. Some lines are missing, and then it starts saying, and this is the law of the priests that they are to write. On the day when they proclaim him king, they shall muster the children of Israel from 20 years old to 60 years old, according to their banners, and shall appoint at their head chiefs of thousands, chiefs of hundreds, chiefs of fifties, chiefs of tens in all their cities. And he shall select for himself 1,000 of them, 1,000 from each tribe, to be with him. 12,000 men of war who shall not leave him alone and will be seized by the hands of the nations. And all the selected whom he has selected shall be men of truth, God-fearers, enemies of bribery, skilled men in war. And they shall continuously be with him day and night, and they shall guard him from every act of sin, and from the foreign nations, so that he does not fall into their hands. And 12 princes of his people shall be with him, and 12 priests, and 12 Levites, who shall sit together with him for judgment and for the law. And he shall not rise his heart above them, nor shall he do anything in all his counsels outside of them. And he shall not take a wife from among all the daughters of the nations, but instead take for himself a wife from his father's house, from his father's family. And he shall take no other wife in addition to her, for she alone will be with him all the days of her life. And if she dies, he shall take for himself another from his father's house, from his family. And he shall not pervert justice, and he shall not accept a bribe to pervert righteous judgment. And he shall not crave a field, a vineyard, any wealth, a house, or any valuable thing in Israel, and seize. Then some lines are missing, and it says, their men. And if the king hears that some nation or people is attempting to steal from anything which belongs to Israel, he shall send for the chiefs of thousands and the chiefs of hundreds, those stationed in the cities of Israel. And they shall send with him the 10th part of the people, to go out with him to war against their enemies. And they shall go out with him. And if a large host enters the land of Israel, they shall send with him a 5th part of the men of war. And if it is a king with chariots and horses and many men, then they shall send with him a 3rd part of the men of war. And the other 2 divisions shall guard their cities and their border, so that no horde will enter their land. And if the war worsens for him, they shall send him half of the people, the men of the army, but they shall not remove the half of the people from their cities. And if they overcome their enemies and defeat them and put them to the sword, they shall gather their spoils, and from it they shall give to the king its tithe, and to the priests 1,000th, and to the Levites 100th of the whole. And they shall divide the rest between those who fought in battle, and their brothers who had to remain in their cities. And if he goes out to war against his enemies, a 5th part of the people shall go out with him, the men of war, all mighty men of valor. And they shall guard themselves from every unclean thing, and from every shameful thing, and from every iniquity and guilt. And they are not to go forth until he is entered before the high priest, and he has consulted for him the decision of the Urim and Thummim. On his orders he shall go out, and on his orders he shall enter, he and all the children of Israel who are with him. He shall not go out on the advice of his heart until he has consulted the decision of the Urim and Thummim. And he will have success in all his paths, as he has gone out, according to the decision which, and then some lines are missing, and then it says, they shall disband them over many lands, and they shall be there a byword and a guide, and under a heavy yoke, and under lack of everything. And there they shall worship gods made by the hands of man, wood and stone, silver and gold. And during all this their cities shall become a waste and a mockery and a ruin, and their enemies shall be appalled at them. And they themselves in the lands of their enemies shall sigh and scream under a heavy yoke. And they shall call, but I shall not listen. They shall shout, but I shall not reply to them, because of the evil of their deeds. And I will hide my face from them. And they shall be fodder and prey and spoil, and no one will save them because of their wickedness. For they broke my covenant, and their soul loathed my law, so that they became guilty of all wrongdoing. And afterwards they shall come back to me with all their heart and with all their soul, in agreement with all the words of this law. And I will save them from the hand of their enemies, and redeem them from the hand of those who hate them, and bring them into the land of their fathers. And I shall redeem them, and multiply them, and rejoice in them. And I shall be their God, and they shall be my people. And the king who prostitutes his heart and his eyes from my commandments shall have no one who will sit on the throne of his fathers, never, because I shall prevent forever his descendants from governing again in Israel. But if he walks according to my precepts, and keeps my commandments, and does what is right and good before me, he shall not lack one of his sons to sit on the throne of the kingdom of Israel forever. And I shall be with him, and free him from the hand of those who hate him, and from the hand of those who seek to destroy his life. And I shall give to him and his enemies, and he shall rule them at his will, but they shall not rule him. And I shall place him above and not below, at the head and not the tail, and he will extend his kingdom for many days, he and his sons after him. So that is a lengthy passage, not in our copies of the book of Deuteronomy, but it's in Deuteronomy in the Dead Sea Scrolls, specifically in the Temple Scroll version of Deuteronomy. And the passage has a very high authenticity about it for many reasons. Just the text itself is very powerful, but also there's some interesting correspondences with the rest of Scripture. So, for example, the Messiah, notice it said the king of Israel in this passage from the Temple Scroll is to pick 12 men for himself. So if you go back, it was page 1302, and it says, oh no, I'm sorry, it's 1304, and it says, 12 princes, line 12, 12 princes of his people shall be with him, and 12 priests and 12 Levites, who shall sit together with him for judgment and for the law. And he shall not rise his heart above them, nor shall he do anything in all his counsels outside of them. So this has the king of Israel taking 12 people to be with him everywhere he goes. That is very similar to what the Messiah does, where he takes 12 apostles that go around with him everywhere. And that's why they call him, some of the people call him the king of Israel. It's because he was doing kingly things by taking 12 men to be his apostles. But so if you keep it on there for a sec, there's actually some pretty compelling evidence in the Old Testament of this passage, of this law of the king being authentic. So let me first let's see here. Hold on one second. I actually did a document file. Might have to use it on my phone. Let's see here. It's going to be slow. Great. Okay, hold on. Let's try this. Okay, that's not what I want. I can't find the file on my computer, so I will. Oh wait, okay. Hold on. Uh, okay. Um. Okay. This is what I'm looking for. This file. There we go. Basically, the reason I'm opening this file is because I actually have some notes in this file that will help me bring up the passages in question. Okay, so first of all, I would like you to turn to 1 Samuel chapter 8. And it says here, when Samuel was appointing Saul to be king, it says, verse 4, all the elders of Israel gathered together and came to Samuel and said to him, look, you are old, and your sons do not walk in your ways. Now make us a king to judge us like all the nations. But the thing displeased Samuel when they said, give us a king to judge us. So Samuel prayed to Yahweh. So Yahweh said to Samuel, heed the voice of the people and all that they say to you, for they have not rejected you, but they have rejected me, that I should not reign over them. Verse 10. So Samuel told all the words of Yahweh to the people who asked him for a king. And he said, this will be the behavior of the king who will reign over you. Listen to what this says. This sounds very similar to what we just read in the Temple Scroll. He will take your sons and appoint for his own chariots and his horsemen, and they will run before his chariots. He will appoint captains over his thousands and captains over his fifties, to plow his ground and reap his harvest, and to make his weapons of war and equipment for his chariots. He will take your daughters as perfumers, cooks, and bakers, and he will take the best of your fields, your vineyards, and your olive groves, and give to his servants. He will take a tenth of your grain and your vintage, and give to his officers and servants. And he will take your male servants, your female servants, your finest young men, and your donkeys, and put to his work. He will take a tenth of your sheep, and you will be his servants, and you will cry out in that day because of your king whom you have chosen for yourselves, and Yahweh will not hear you in that day. So notice there's a few things here which are not found in what we just read from the Temple Scroll, but remember, there was like about 10 lines that are missing from that law of the king. So those 10 lines that are missing in the law of the king probably have these missing laws, that like the laws about the daughters and cooks and bakers and things like that. But overall, these things correspond exactly with what that law in the Temple Scroll says. And then it says in 1 Samuel chapter 10 about this very same law, it says, verse 25 of chapter 10, it says, then Samuel explained to the people the behavior of royalty and wrote it in a book and laid it up before Yahweh. So if you go to Wikipedia, it's a list of non-canonical books referenced in the Bible. I think that's page. All right, that's not showing it. Hold on. Maybe it's uncanonical. Let me try. Right. Of books quoted in the Bible. Let's see. What is it? Non-canonical books referenced in the Bible. Yeah, that's what it is. Non-canonical. No, so it's not list. It's just non-canonical. Non-canonical books referenced in the Bible. And amongst this list, the scholars claim, the manner of the kingdom. 1 Samuel 10, verse 25, which we just read. If you go down on the page, it's going to show you the 1 Samuel 1, the manner of the kingdom. Well, that manner of the kingdom that was written down as a book, that is the temple scroll section of the law of the king. That was written down. So it's not a lost book anymore. We have it. It's part of the law of Moses. Next, I want you to see where it says, okay, what's interesting is that like it talks about how a king is not to have more than one wife, but the New Testament uses that same type of language. Like Paul, for example, says a bishop is to be the husband of one wife, and the Messiah says some things which imply where he says if a man puts away his wife and marries another, he commits adultery. So it wouldn't be adultery to marry another unless it's wrong to have more than, if it's wrong to have, if it's not wrong to have more than one wife, then there's nothing wrong with remarrying, right? But the Messiah says that it is wrong. And then in the Shepherd of Hermas, the fourth commandment of the Shepherd of Hermas, it explicitly says that a man is not allowed to marry another woman, otherwise he commits adultery against his wife. Now, so the passage we read from the Temple Scroll where it says that the king is that his men of the army are not to go out until he has entered before the high priest and he has consulted the decision of the Urim and Thummim. On his orders he shall go out, and on his orders he shall enter, he and all the sons of Israel who are with him. He shall not go out on the advice of his heart until he has consulted the decision of the Urim and Thummim. So we go to 2 Samuel 5. And we go to verse 17, and it says, now when the Philistines heard that they had anointed David king over Israel, all the Philistines went up to search for David. And David heard and went down to the stronghold. The Philistines also went and deployed themselves in the valley of Rephaim. So David inquired of Yahweh, saying, shall I go up against the Philistines? Will you deliver them into my hand? And Yahweh said to David, go up, for I will doubtless deliver the Philistines into your hand. Hold on one second. And there's other places, I think, where he consults the Urim and Thummim as well. Then, okay, so the part where it says in the Temple Scroll, if they overcome their enemies and defeat defeat them and put them to the sword, they shall gather their spoils, and from it they shall give to the king its tithe, and to the priest 1,000th, and to the Levites 1,000th of the whole. And they shall divide the rest between those who fought in battle and their brothers who had to remain in their cities. So if you go to 1 Samuel 30, oops, says it has David and his men fighting against the people. And then if you go to verse 19 to 20, and nothing of theirs was lacking, either small or great, sons or daughters, spoil or anything which they had taken from them. David recovered all. Then David took all the flocks and herds they had driven before those livestock, and said, "This is David's spoil." So then you see those who went with David answered and said, verse 22, "Because they did not go with us, we will not give them of the spoil that we have recovered, except for every man's wife and children, that they may lead away and depart." But David said, "My brethren, you shall not do so with what Yahweh has given us, who has preserved us and delivered into our hand the troop that came against us. For who will heed you in this matter? But as his part is who goes down to the battle, so his part who stays by the supplies. They shall share alike." So it was from that day forward. He made it a statute and ordinance for Israel to this day. But that law is stated exactly in the temple scroll. It says, "And they shall divide the rest between those who fought in battle and their brothers who had to remain in their cities." That was in the temple scroll. So David is corroborating that law from the temple scroll. And we have, let's see here. Okay, there should be a section I have on Nehemiah. Hold on. Oops. Okay. Oh yeah, I know what I was going to share, you guys. It was something from Josephus about what the passage we read from the temple scroll. Okay. So also what's amazing is the book of Nehemiah corresponds with a lot of extra commandments in the temple scroll in a striking way. So book of Nehemiah is one of the best evidences for the temple scroll being an authentic part of the law of Moses. But I want you guys to look at where, okay, so in the temple scroll it said, if the battle is going against him, they must send him half of the army, the men of war, but the other half of the army cannot be separated from their cities. In Nehemiah chapter 4, they follow these rules for how to do war. They follow what the temple scroll says for war. So Nehemiah chapter 4, it says, verse 13, "Therefore I positioned the men behind the lower parts of the wall at the openings, and I set the people according to their families with their swords, their spears, and their bows. And I looked and arose and said to the nobles, to the leaders, and to the rest of the people, do not be afraid of them." Okay, skipping verse 16. "So it was from that time on, Half of my servants worked at construction, while the other half held the spears, the shields, the bows, and armor, and the leaders behind all the house of Judah. Those who built on the wall and those who carried burdens loaded themselves so that with one hand they worked at construction and with the other held a weapon. Every one of the builders had his sword girded at his side as he built. So, and then verse 21, so we labored in the work, and half of them held the spears from daybreak until the stars appeared. At the same time, I also said to the people, let each man and his servant stay at night in Jerusalem, that they may be our guard by night and a working party by day. So having half of the people in one place and half in the other is exactly what the Temple Scroll says to do when the war gets difficult. And then the let's see here. Okay, so remember, Deuteronomy 17 doesn't mention all that extra stuff, right? But there's a passage in Josephus which quotes something in from that can only be found in the scroll. So that, let me show you right now. Okay. All right, so can you go to Antiquities, Book 4? Okay, Book 4 of the Antiquities, and it's going to be Chapter 8. Section 17 of Chapter 8. So watch this. It says, aristocracy and the way of living under it is the best constitution, and may you never have any inclination to any other form of government. And may you always love that form and have the laws for your governors, and govern all your actions according to them. For you need no supreme governor but God. But if you shall desire a king, let him be one of your own nation. Let him be always careful of justice and other virtues perpetually. Let him submit to the laws and esteem God's commands to be his highest wisdom. But let him do nothing without the high priest and the votes of the senators. Let him not have a great number of wives, nor pursue after abundance of riches, nor a multitude of horses, whereby he may grow too proud to submit to the laws. And if he effect any such thing, let him be restrained, lest he become so potent that his state be inconsistent with your welfare. So see right there, it says, let him do nothing without the high priest and the votes of the senators. That's not in our copies of Deuteronomy 17. But he's quoting it. But that is in the Temple Scroll. It literally says it in the Temple Scroll, where it says, let's see, it said with the Urim and Thummim part. So that is page 1306, where it talks about not to do anything until he consults with the high priest. Line 18. So line 18, it says, and they are not to go forth until he has entered before the high priest, and he has consulted to him the decision of the Urim and Thummim. On his orders he shall go out, and on his orders he shall enter. So on the orders of the high priest, he shall not go out on the advice of his heart. And then earlier in in uh, column 57, it says where it says that chiefs of thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens are appointed, and then he shall elect for himself 1,000 of those, 1,000 from each tribe, to be with him, 12,000 men of war, and then it says he'll have 12 princes of his people, 12 priests, so that's line 12, line 13, and 12 Levites who shall sit together with him for judgment and for the law. And he shall not raise his heart above them, nor shall he do anything in all his counsels outside of them. So he has to follow their judgment. And these are basically his Senate, essentially, is what. So Josephus said, let him do nothing without the high priest and the votes of the senators. He's quoting that as part of the law of Moses, but it's not in our copies, but it's in the temple scroll. So that Josephus corroborates this earlier version with this extra law. So that I thought that was pretty cool. I actually haven't seen anyone else talk about that. So, all right. So, with all that said, we're pretty much near the end, guys. So, as a reminder, okay. So my website that I have, let's see, I have a newer website. I think. Let me see here. It's not on there. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys the link. This is the older website that's obsolete, and it probably has some stuff on it that I might not agree with anymore myself. I might disagree with my own thoughts that I posted a while back. But overall, I still believe most of this stuff. But so this is a list. This is just for your convenience. So if you can post that for people in the video, a list of ancient references to the Essenes. So I didn't read all of these in our 3 videos. They're interesting stuff, but they're lengthy and they don't add too much. So we have Philo. We didn't read anything of Philo. Then we had a bunch of stuff Josephus wrote about the Essenes, the Essene prophets, like they were actual prophets. And Josephus talks about prophecies of the Essenes that were fulfilled in around his time. And then he also talks about the Essenes fighting in the Jewish war against the Romans. And then you've got the Porphyry is a pagan who writes about the Essenes. Hegesippus, Hippolytus, Solinus, and Eusebius mentions. Now, Eusebius quotes his stuff that he says about the Essenes are primarily quotes of earlier writers, but it's still worth noting that he acknowledges their existence, and it's still worthwhile to see how he quotes the earlier writers. And you have Pausanias and Synesius. They all write about the Essenes in some fashion, and they're all earlier writers. So I recommend checking out these references, and Philo especially. Philo has a lot of stuff to say about them. And one second here. Okay, what I will say is so you guys may be wondering what books are in the Dead Sea Scrolls, particularly. So this once again, this website is obsolete. It's a different website. It's a newer website that I have, but it's not as obsolete. I have more agreements with it. I might still use this website and just update it because I like the format of it. So I might update this website eventually. But so this has not been updated in a long time. So there are probably things on it I also don't currently agree with. But so take it. Whenever you see something, don't just assume it's true just because I have it there. Just question it, just like you should. But so on this, I tried to identify the different Dead Sea Scrolls and which books they come from. Okay, so we have Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Judges, Samuel, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Psalms. Okay, now the Psalms have a lot of extra Psalms not in our copies, and very different version of the Book of Psalms. Okay, phylacteries are basically copies of a few passages from Scripture that they wore on their arm and their forehead, just like the Jews do. And the same thing with the mezuzahs, same thing. Okay, Pesher to the 12 prophets. So there's different, that we read that earlier. Peshers, like so, Pesher Habakkuk. So yeah, so there's different Peshers. Peshers to the Psalms. Book of Jubilees. We had actually a good number of copies of Jubilees in the scrolls. Then we have the Genesis Apocryphon. Then Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs, mainly just Testament of Levi was found. Temple Scroll. We have several books that probably are from the Temple Scroll, but like in other caves. And then the Book of Giants, which is related to the Book of Enoch. We then have unknown prophecies. There's a bunch of scrolls which we don't know quite which apocryphal book it comes from. But we know it doesn't come from any apocryphal book that we currently are aware of, so it comes from a lost apocryphal book. Then there's a book called the Instruction Wisdom. It's actually the same text in all those manuscripts, but we're not sure exactly what book it's from. Similarly, there's a prophecy that's called the Mysteries Prophecy. Several copies of this, it says the same text, but we don't know what it's from. Community Rule. There's a book called Community Rule. Then I have uncertain texts because there's a bunch of texts which we don't know what they are. Very fragmentary. Okay, there's a book about the New Jerusalem, prophesying the New Jerusalem and what it will be like. Commands of how to build it, how to do the sacrifices inside it. Got the War Scroll. It's how to fight the war. Israel, how to fight, how it is to fight the final war in the last days before the Messiah comes. Songs of David for the festivals and Thanksgiving Psalms. Then I have this. It's called unidentifiable texts because there's like pretty much no way for us to ever know, because they're way too fragmentary. Earlier, the unidentified texts or uncertain texts, we might eventually be able to identify it if we find more fragments or like more scrolls. But unidentifiable ones, there's just the fragments are so small that there's no way to know which books they're from. Of course, you have Daniel, Jeremiah, Job, Ruth. Supposedly, we have Sirach, although it's a very tiny fragment. Some Moses Apocrypha we have. Then there's a prophecy about Joseph and a few manuscripts of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay, Lamentations, Pesher to Isaiah. There's a Copper Scroll. And there's Joshua, Kings, some manuscripts of the Minor Prophets, Proverbs, Song of Solomon, Ecclesiastes. Supposedly Ezra and Nehemiah, although there's some dispute about that. First and Second Chronicles. Ezra definitely, I think, but Nehemiah, there's a dispute about Nehemiah. Chronicles, we don't know for sure. There's an Apocryphon of Joshua, like an extra book, like Apocrypha book of Joshua. Like I said before, mezuzahs. Then there's books that are halakha or laws of the Essenes related to like Damascus document. Okay. There's an Apocryphon of Samuel. Then there's scrolls containing quotations. There's Damascus document. There's an apocryphal book of Jeremiah. A book that is a few scrolls overlap and they call it the ages of creation. That's what the scholars call it. Then there's apocryphal wisdom documents, Book of Tobit, Book of Enoch, commentary on the Book of Genesis. There's Apocrypha of Daniel, which might be Apocrypha of Habakkuk. We don't know for sure. Then there's the Messianic scrolls containing Messianic prophecy, some scrolls containing curses. Then there's some interpretation of prophecy by the Essenes. So community blessings and prayers by the Essenes. There's a parable, and there's scrolls containing the calendar, the solar calendar of the priests. Scrolls containing references to the Maccabees. A list of names. There's a liturgy office, it's called by the scholars. A prayer meditating on biblical history. Many apocryphal Psalms of David. There's a prayer of Manasseh found. Fragmentary. There seems to be apocryphal chronicles found. Apocrypha of Ezekiel. There's the Sabbath songs of the Sabbath sacrifice. An unknown seer. We don't know. We don't have enough text to know which seer it is. But then some Psalms of David, the blessing Psalms. There's a two ways text similar to the two ways of like the Didache. There's a blessing text, Songs of the Sage, it's called. I attribute it to Solomon. There's a Beatitudes prophecy. Supposedly it's a book of Michael. It's called. I associate it with potentially the Apocryphon of Malachi. Some scrolls about the patriarchs, Testament of Kohath, Testament of Amram, Patariza and Begazro. It's related to Esther type of stuff, like basically Jews in Persia. Prophecy about the judges, prophecy about Elijah, chronological text, possibly First Maccabees in a fragment, although that was my speculation. Apparently a letter of Jeremiah. We have exorcism Psalms of David, the Melchizedek document, and we have a document called the Gabriel Stone, also known as the Revelation of Gabriel. And then I have listed the order of scrolls and the number of scrolls based on how many copies for each document according to the scholarly identification. So yeah, that gives you an idea of what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So there's so much amazing stuff about the Essenes. I really encourage you guys to study the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I think you'll be amazed to see how much they correspond with the New Testament and how they are the foundation of the faith of the apostles. Okay, is there anything in the comments? Let's see. There wasn't as many comments today, which is, I guess, a good thing. Okay, let's see. So Angry Malvi Freak said the Dead Sea Scrolls were the exiled Levite temple priests and Johns, not the Essenes. Essenes were 25 miles farther south. So according to Josephus, the Essenes were everywhere throughout. I believe it's Josephus who said that, and if not Josephus, it was one of the others, where the Essenes were everywhere throughout the entire land of Israel. However, the description of Pliny associating it with the Dead Sea and near Masada, it's too similar to what we see to be a coincidence. So I'm very much convinced that this is the region that they were talking about. Francisco Moreno says the whole Torah is a parable. That is why Jesus said Moses wrote about him. Then Jesus said Abraham seen his coming and rejoiced. That's 21:13-31. And And what I'll say about that is, um, I actually think when he says Moses wrote about me, that he was actually alluding to some apocrypha of Moses, because in the there's stuff in the Legends of the Jews compiled by Ginsburg, which contain quotations from apocrypha of Moses, which have him seeing the Messiah in a vision. So I think Messiah very well could be actually referring to some of these Moses apocrypha. And Abraham rejoicing refers to the Book of Jubilees, as I've mentioned in a Jubilees video. Um, so Essene.com, 1 John 2:26. They have a lot of strange documents on there. I would urge caution about any documents on that site. Um, if you could find it on a different site that's reliable, then it's a valid document. Like sometimes on that website, they actually have some Dead Sea Scrolls listed there. So that's why it gets confusing for some people. But the ones that are like Gnostic type or Christian sounding, those are not Essene documents. There are no Christian stuff in the Essene literature. So in the Dead Sea Scrolls, you have a lot of messianic prophecy and things that, to, in my view, are clearly in reference to the Messiah, but they are written in a Old Testament language and a context where it hasn't happened yet. It's prophetic. Whereas the these writings on that website um, are very much Christian documents and very much Gnostic, and I would argue. Uh, yeah, looks like that was all the comments. So that's all I have to say. Did you want to say anything? Any questions, Christopher, or thoughts to share?
No, really, I don't have very much. Yeah, just you know, just to say thanks for sharing and thanks for your time. It's really appreciated. As always, a lot of information, that a lot of stuff to think about, a lot of stuff to meditate on, and yeah. So as always, I'm sure, like for those of you who are watching, Onieh's YouTube channel and Facebook group is in the description. But if you want to, Onieh, just tell them anyway.
Yeah, sure. My YouTube channel, Dead Sea Scrolls Religion. I post on many different topics, but especially the Dead Sea Scrolls. At least in the past, I did it heavily on the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Essenes. But I'm also focusing on Apocrypha and textual criticism, like Old Testament, especially. Um, and it's where I post my what I'm working on for my Bible project, my version of the Bible that I'm working on. But also my Facebook is where I'm posting a lot of my discoveries or ideas, particularly in my Facebook group, which is called Biblical Dead Sea Scrolls and Apocrypha Study Group. So please feel free to join that and share your ideas and questions and comments there as well. But if you have any further questions, you can message me on YouTube or comment on my videos or message me on Facebook or my email address, Onieh777 at gmail.com. Um, and so, Christopher, so now that we've finished this topic, like I've said before, we'll probably give like another, maybe like a month or so before the next one, just to kind of give everybody a break because we tend to do long ones. and but so if you have your ideas that are on your mind already that you want me to do, then send them over an email whenever you can. But if you're not sure what you want me to talk on next, or even if you are, but you still want input from other people, uh, I would encourage you to do a poll at some point and ask people. I don't know if there's a way they can add options to a poll, but that you basically ask them what topic would they like me to talk on, and then I'd be happy to consider those possibilities.
That sounds like an idea. Okay, so 1 John 2:26 says, "Thank you so much for your time, Onieh." Yes. Yep. Okay. So yeah, it's been another session here, going on towards 5 hours. So
Yeah.
4.5 hours. Yeah. So again, thank you, Onieh. I really appreciate your time and your sharing and all this information and all the knowledge. Um, yeah. So blessings multiplied to you. And so yeah, we'll just wrap it up now. Is there anything else, Onieh, before we just close it out?
I will say that this topic of the Essenes, like, so we did Jubilees and we did the comparison between the genealogy length of chronology. Those were significantly shorter topics. So I don't anticipate this happening on a regular basis where it's like tons and tons of like 5 hour video type things. But this is because the Essene topic was so important and it's so massive a topic that I wanted to adequately present to you guys the information. And but so going forward, I don't think it's going to be like this every time. I think it's going to be closer in length of time to those first two, the Jubilees and the uh, chronology one, like so 2 3 hour range type of thing.
All right, all right. Okay, so with that, we'll wrap it up. We'll end it, and yeah. So everyone, as always, I just well, tomorrow. Let me think now. Today's Wednesday. Tomorrow, I'm doing this every day, so I got to think about which day it is. So yeah, tomorrow is Thursday. So yeah, I will be back myself tomorrow evening, 7 p.m. as always, picking up where we left off before, and yeah. And for those of you who are interested, on Saturdays, I do have a Saturday Shabbat, online Shabbat fellowship at 2 p.m. Eastern. So we will be doing that as well. All right. So, until next time, I pray for every one of you who are watching, and for Onieh, blessings to you, Onieh, and everyone that are watching, both live now and on the replay. I know we have more people watching the replay than we do on the live. So yeah, so may you all be blessed. I pray the Lord bless you and keep you, make his face to shine upon you, lift up his countenance upon you, and give you wonderful, wonderful shalom. Amen.
Shalom,
Amen.
everyone.
Shalom.